Democrats, South Africans, good morning and welcome to Day 2 of the Democratic Alliance's Federal Congress 2020. We're coming to you live virtually from across the country. Yesterday was an absolutely productive day and today promises to be an even more exciting day. I am your host, Karabo Lerato Khagau, ke toadi ya mo Afrika ngwanana Mosotho yena ka sebele. Mokubung wa matsatsa mathibedi ku kubuntsha marota re bone. Bana beso dumela.
And I'm Richard Newton. Good morning, goeiemôre en 'n hartlike welkom aan almal. Today the highlights will be the results of the voting for the leadership positions and of course the all-important policy resolutions.
This is all exciting. Remember, we're keeping the timelines blue. You can find us on YouTube, on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram, #DA Congress.
My fellow Democrats, it's my immense honour and pleasure to address this historic virtual Federal Congress. The DA has shown this year that we will not let adversity throw us off course, and this Congress is no exception. I'm so proud to be part of something so groundbreaking and new. To all of our delegates who have linked up to this platform, thank you for your time and for being part of this incredible first in South Africa. Not only are we making history here today, we're also securing the future, because our country's future is tied to the future of the DA. And so I want to say to all of our members, all of our activists, all of our professional staff, and all of our public representatives, thank you. Your daily efforts to fight for a better South Africa are important and they're effective. Now, you may not always see this effect from where you stand, but I assure you we are moving the dial in the right direction. We are steering conversations the right way. We are touching lives through our actions, and we are spreading the word that there is a better alternative to the government that has disappointed South Africa so badly. Your work may feel thankless and exhausting at times, but we're on the right track and we're making progress. So stay energized and keep your eyes on the goal. For now, that goal is next year's local government election, and we have no time to lose in putting the disaster that was 2020 behind us. I'm sure given the choice, most of us would wish to rewind and start the year over. Living with the effects of our lockdown economy and society has been hard on everyone, and it has been so painful to watch so many South Africans lose everything they had built. It's been painful to watch the number of unemployed South Africans grow by the day as millions lost their jobs and were forced into a life of desperation and begging. It's been painful to watch the businesses on our main roads and our malls close their doors one by one. Each of these businesses, not only someone's dream, but also a lifeline to its employees and their families. And it has been painful to know that most of this, almost all of it, was not necessary. Other than the initial 3-week lockdown to prep hospitals and source equipment back in March, the devastation of the past 7 months has achieved very little. So yes, it's been a tough year and it will take a long time for us to get over it. But there has been one silver lining to this dark cloud. If it weren't for this challenging year, we would have not seen the very best of the DA up against the very worst of the ANC. Now, we always speak of the DA difference, the tangible benefits of living in a town, city or province where the DA governs. And normally this difference is built up over years and years of perfecting systems, of finding the right people, and of trimming the sails of our policies just right. But this year, that difference was compressed into just 7 months of COVID response. And this has made it incredibly real and very visible. Never before has the water between the DA and the ANC and government been as clear and blue and as vast as it is right now. This makes me proud to be part of this effort, and it should make you proud too. With the Western Cape being the early epicenter of infections, all eyes were on the government of Premier Alan Winde, and by extension on us as a party. It was a time fraught with danger, not only in terms of our health, but also for our reputation as a party of government. But despite the best efforts of our opponents, including some in the media, to cast aspersions and draw dishonest conclusions as infections rose throughout the province, the response of our Western Cape government was near faultless. This became irrefutable once infections in the rest of the country started to catch up, and the hopeless inadequacies of the ANC were exposed for all to see. The speed and efficiency which hospitals were repurposed and field hospitals set up and staffed in the Western Cape stands untouchable as a benchmark in South Africa. This should never have been in question, though. Barely a year earlier, the province had emerged from the worst and longest drought in recent history. And there, too, the DA governments of the city of Cape Town and the Western Cape proved to be up to the task. Despite winning global recognition for this effort to defeat Day Zero, it really took a looming Day Zero in the neighbouring Eastern Cape to show just how wide the gulf is between the DA and the ANC in government. We may be in opposition nationally, but we often find ourselves leading the way and setting the benchmark. And that is something we should not only be proud of, but which we must also use to our advantage. Actions speak louder than words. We have a year now in which to convince voters in municipalities and metros across the country of that DA difference, and nothing is more convincing than results. Let us show through our track record in government that there is no comparison. And here, I'm not only talking about our governments in Cape Town and the Western Cape. We have flagship municipalities in places like Midvaal in Gauteng and Kuche in the Eastern Cape too, where the difference between these areas and their ANC-run neighbours grows wider every single day. Our governments are our strength. They are our biggest weapons over the next 12 months. So let's go out there and put them on full display. Let us aim not to put a foot wrong where we govern, because there are plenty of people willing us to fail. There are plenty of people who cannot wait for the first DA misstep, so they can draw a parallel with decades of ANC misrule. We are indeed held to a higher standard, and we are judged on a completely different scorecard by the commentariat, who cannot seem to escape the ANC's grip on South African politics and life. Believe me, this frustrates me as much as it does you. But here's the thing. We can either throw our hands up and complain about our unfair treatment of the press, or we can see it as a reflection of the expectation people still have for us. The fact that the DA has been set a higher pass mark than the ANC is a recognition of our capabilities. We must strive to live up to this standard and far more. Let them lower all expectations for the ANC and write off any chance at a clean, honest and efficient ANC government. And let them hold the DA to a higher standard and place us under the microscope. In the short term, this might frustrate us, but in the long run, it will strengthen us. Because it will help paint the DA as the only credible alternative. It will help us cement our claim as the only government that can and will improve the lives of South Africans. So don't become discouraged these next 12 months. We know what the DA stands for, and we know what we're capable of. Winston Churchill once said, "It is wonderful what strides can be made when there's resolute purpose behind them." Well, we certainly have a resolute purpose behind our stride. I don't need to tell you that. Each of you knows the kind of South Africa the DA wants to build. You know what drives us to do what we do. And we also know how we can get there. At our recent policy conference, we chose our route. We backed our policy offer as the best way of moving our country from a stagnant economy where millions are excluded towards one that is resilient, investor-friendly, and inclusive. We also chose to commit to the values necessary to build this prosperous and just South Africa. And this includes the value of non-racialism. Yes, there was much hand-wringing when we did so, mostly from the ANC itself, but also from those voices in the media who cannot seem to escape the toxic spell of the ruling party. In a series of bizarre twists of logic, they tried to paint this as a step backwards. Don't listen to them. Don't let them rewrite history and tell you that non-racialism has suddenly, in the 21st century, become a bad thing, because it's simply not true. A non-racial South Africa is the only South Africa worth fighting for, and it is the only way we will free people from the shackles of the past and lift them out of poverty and into opportunity. Not so long ago, everyone agreed on this. The ANC itself adopted non-racialism as one of its guiding values more than 30 years ago. But today they will pretend that that never happened. Today, with their backs against the wall of government failures, they have turned to the last refuge of the fading liberation movement: racial nationalism and divisive identity politics. Unable to build a united country, they've retreated into the lager of race politics with all its scapegoating and all of its blame. The more they and parties like the EFF beat this drum, the bigger the temptation will be for others to follow them down this path. But this kind of populism cannot and will not build a strong, unified nation. Yes, it's easier to whip up fear, anger, mistrust, and hatred. And for a while it might work. But the ultimate cost is just far too high. We are so much more than just representatives of our particular demographic. We are individuals with unique views and unique dreams. And it's going to have to take a government that understands this to really unlock the potential of those dreams. We have to hold the center. We have to strengthen the center. And we have to bring people into the center with us. And the only way to do so is through shared values, shared ideas, and a shared vision. We need to show people that our vision for South Africa is essentially the same as theirs. Parties that speak of us and them are not the future of this country. Parties that are home to one race, one language, or one religion are not the future of this country. There is only one party of significant size that can say it speaks for all and is a home to all, and that is our DA. Our members, our activists, our staff, our public reps, and our leaders show a diversity you will find in no other party in South Africa. That is the future of this country. Our task now is to convince people to join us in setting out for that future. And it's a task made easier by the fact that we have rediscovered our values and our purpose. We are no longer a party adrift. We no longer seek approval and affirmation by riding the prevailing winds while being blown this way and that in the process. We are not a weather vane anymore, but a fixed signpost for people to follow. And you'd be amazed at how reassuring this can be for people seeking a political home. It makes the DA a party people can trust. You now have less than 12 months to go and canvass this trust. To sell the DA we all know, the caring, hard-working, honest and capable DA, as a credible party of government. Please go out there and give it your all. The future of our country depends on it. Thank you.
Good morning, fellow Democrats. Yet another exciting day at the DA Federal Virtual Congress 2020. I'd also like to thank Ellen Zeller for chairing the resolutions part of the Congress report session of this previous session that we had now. Thank you very much, Ellen. Before we start on the Congress resolutions, let us congratulate the newly elected Executive Mayor of Tshwane, Randall Williams. Wherever you are around the country in the 38 hybrid venues, can you give him a big shout? We are very excited about the appointment or the election of the newly Executive Mayor for the city of Tshwane. Thank you very much to all our councillors in the city of Tshwane. That is indicative of the theme of this particular Federal Congress: real hope, real change now. It all happened 2 days ago in the city of Tshwane. Thank you very much to our colleagues in Gauteng and Tshwane in particular. That is a great victory for the Democratic Alliance and also for the people of the city of Tshwane. Colleagues, we will now move straight to the resolution part of the Federal Congress. Before we start, I think it is important that all delegates understand the process, which I will now explain. Colleagues, you will see that from the 16th till the 26th of September, we called for resolutions. When these resolutions were received, they were categorized into policy affirmations, new policy proposals, and internal party-related matters. Now, from the week of the 30th of September till the 9th of October, we called for amendments to these resolutions. No new resolutions were then taken. The proposers were also given an opportunity to amend their resolution or to withdraw their resolution or to keep their original resolution. Then on the 15th of October, a final call on the resolutions and amendments were made. In addition, this was also the deadline to register as a speaker, whereby a speaking opportunity would be allocated. The process going forward now during the Congress is as follows. We will first deal with the policy affirmations. Proposers will get 90 seconds. Seconders will get 45 seconds to speak. There are no contributing speakers and there is no voting required for policy affirmations. Just to inform the Congress delegates that these policy affirmations are very important current policies, but delegates have felt it needed to be re-emphasized, reconfirmed at this Federal Congress, and that's why there's no need for voting on these policy affirmations. For new policy proposals that we have received from the delegates around the country, proposers will get 90 seconds to speak. Seconders on these new policy proposals will get 45 seconds to speak, and the contributing speakers will also get 45 seconds. If you make an amendment to these resolutions, the amendment proposers will get 90 seconds, and seconders to the amendments will get 45 seconds. Voting on these will be in clusters and not after every single resolution, but we will guide you through this process. For party internal related matters, proposals will get 90 seconds. Seconders will get 45 seconds to speak, and there are no contributing speakers for these internal party related policy matters. Voting will then follow the same process. That's the lineup, that's the process how we will follow, and I'm also joined during this part of the Congress in terms of dealing with resolutions with the DA's national spokesperson, the Refilwe Ncheke. She will also join me during this resolution part. So we are ready, and thank you very much for joining us. Very happy that we can now move forward to the resolutions part of this Congress, and I want to thank all the people who have sent in the resolutions and the people that have indicated that they want to register and want to speak on these particular resolutions. During this process, we have also received a number of participants that have indicated that some of these resolutions must stand over to the Federal Council. These were the original proposers, and we will be certainly dealing with that during the course of this resolution part of the Federal Congress. So thank you for joining us. We are now moving to the first resolution, and the first resolution will now appear on the screen. The first resolution deals with the protect and expand secure private property rights to ensure sustainable land reform. This was proposed by John Steenhuisen, and seconder is Andrew Lowe. And John Steenhuisen is on standby, and he is from KwaZulu-Natal, currently at the Tropicana Hotel, and we are now moving over to John Steenhuisen.
Thank you very much, Federal Chairperson, and may I take this opportunity to congratulate you on your unanimous re-election. South Africa remains 20-odd years after the end of apartheid, a deeply unequal society. One of the most stark demonstrations of this is around the issue of land ownership and property. We as a party that offers a vision of hope for the future have got to be able to tackle this particular issue and to get to grips with it. We've got to put property into the hands of many more South Africans. Unfortunately, the path set upon by the ANC following the EFF down the rabbit hole of expropriation without compensation is going to have exactly the opposite effect. It's going to take property away from private citizens and give that property to the incapable state. The DA has to be the party at the forefront of leading towards property and land justice in South Africa. And we can do that by vigorously promoting a program of ensuring more land, more property gets into the hands of ordinary South Africans. We can do this by fighting hard against the ANC proposals on expropriation without compensation, which is going to kill investment and drive even more people in the country into the unemployment queue. This resolution sets out very clearly our plan to do so.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. We are now moving to the seconder to this proposal, and he is from Kimberley, and is currently at the Kalahari Lodge in Kimberley, Andrew Louw. Andrew, can you unmute yourself?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Contrary to the ANC and EFF and other parties that have climbed on the land bandwagon, the DA will protect the property rights of all people. This doesn't mean the DA doesn't care about fighting for justice through land reform. In fact, quite the opposite. Where the DA governs, we have been able to change the lives of our people through an accelerated title deeds transfer program and successful land reform project. We also want to protect property rights and those who have worked hard to buy and create homes for their families, that they can one day pass this on to their children if they so wish. I therefore second this resolution.
To both John Steenhuisen and Andrew Louw for the first resolution on property rights. We are now ready to move to the second resolution on job opportunities available within the tourism sector. And the proposer for this resolution is Manny de Vrytes, and he is in Gauteng and he's online. We are now moving over to Manny de Vrytes in Gauteng.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks very much. With this resolution, although the resolution actually reinforces our existing policy, I table this resolution as in some instances, colleagues either don't encourage or highlight the power of tourism, its potential for economic growth and development, job creation, and opportunities for individuals and communities. This resolution hopes to encourage and remind colleagues, irrespective of whether they're in opposition or in government, to use tourism as an opportunity for economic development, job creation. Tourism can create jobs with relatively minimal training, provided that governments ensure that basic infrastructure is in place. They'll make tourism sites, for example, easily accessible and interesting to visitors. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much to Manny de Vrytes. That was the proposer for the resolution number 2 on job opportunities available within the tourism sector. And Manny was from Gauteng. The seconder for this proposal is Sonia Boshoff, and she's from Mpumalanga, and she's online. We are now crossing over to Sonia Boshoff.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. With tourism being one of the most effective job creators worldwide, it is imperative that we, as the DA, take it upon ourselves to grow the economy post-COVID-19 by working towards creating a conducive environment for the millions of people who have lost their jobs and want to work but cannot find employment due to the job-killing lockdown periods and a declining economy. And by doing this, we can offer real hope. I therefore wish to second this resolution. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much to both Manny de Vreites and Sonia Boshoff for very important resolutions, particularly relating to COVID-19 period as we move towards the post-economic recovery period. So thank you very much to those two speakers. We are now ready for resolution number 3 to promote and defend access to mother tongue education.
Pleasure, and it's a great privilege to this morning introduce this resolution to reaffirm the DA's commitment to promote and defend access to mother tongue education. This is a provision that comes from our constitution, our country's constitution, which says that the state must take active steps to make it possible for people to access educational opportunities in the language of their choice. It is also a fundamentally important element of the DA's commitment to equality of opportunity and to diversity, because South Africa has 11 official languages, and it is through that rich diversity that we actually, through promoting that we actually give life to our commitment to diversity. Chair, there are two components to this resolution. The one is that where mother tongue education is currently already reasonably practical, as the Constitution puts it, that the DA will defend the right of people who wish to access that education. But it also commits the party to fighting and working actively to make mother tongue education reasonably practicable in more places and in more of South Africa's 11 official languages. Dit is 'n enorme geleentheid vir die party en dit is regtig totaal en al deel van die DA se waardes om seker te maak dat die diversiteit en die regte van alle Suid-Afrikaners gerespekteer word. Thank you very much for this opportunity, Chair, and for reaffirming the DA's firm commitment to this.
Thank you very much, Leon Schreiber. Leon Schreiber signed on from the Western Cape, and he was online. The seconder to this Resolution 3 on the promotion and defense of mother tongue education is Mr. Tabani Mtetwa, and he is currently at the Tropicana Hotel in KZN in Durban.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Congress delegates. I'm sure that any delegate that would have read this resolution would agree that it seeks to address the serious inequalities that exist in our education system. While it is important to deploy enough resources and infrastructure in our education system, it is equally important to address how learners access that information. It is for that reason that I support this resolution and encourage Congress to support it fully. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mtetwa, there at the Tropicana Hotel in Durban, and thank you for your contribution together with Leon Schreiber. We are now moving to resolution number 4. This deals with cutting the public sector wage bill to help stabilize public finances. We know that public finance in South Africa, particularly as it relates to the government wage bill, is completely out of control. And we have the first speaker, proposer on this particular resolution. It is Nicole Graham, and she's currently at the Tropicana Hotel in Durban in KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you very much, Ivan. I think we introduced this resolution because by all objective standards, our wage bill is disproportionate to what we spend on other services. Sorry, I thought we were voting in groups, so I just ran up the stairs, so excuse me huffing and puffing, and is completely unsustainable. And this is the result of political patronage networks that the ANC have created and does not give value to money to South Africans who need those services the most. So we propose this resolution to ensure that the state can protect frontline workers, doctors, nurses, people who need to be compensated fairly for the work that they do, but also ensure that government is not a get-rich-quick scheme for comrades, which so many of us see where we work across the country. The wage bill freeze that has recently been promoted is simply not enough. We need structural reform to ensure that government does what it's supposed to do. It serves people, it provides sustainable services, and that it does so in a way that provides value for money. Please forgive this very breathless speech, but I'm glad I was able to deliver it on time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nicole. I think you've done exceptionally very well. Thank you very much. The speaker on this proposal, or rather the resolution, is Yogas Govender. He's from KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you. Good morning, delegates. Public funds should be used primarily for achieving service delivery objectives and not to make millionaires out of public servants. How does a servant earn millions per annum while his boss, the ordinary South African, is left begging for a better quality of life? I serve in a municipality where service delivery often grinds to a halt. The heads of just DSW, EWS, and electricity alone earn a whopping combined 9 million rands per annum. This is the status quo in many municipalities. The DA difference must seek to be tangible to people. They must know that we stand for people, not for comrades and politicians. We must offer support and better care to those who provide a quality service that actually matters to South Africans. So we must put the money in the right hands, and that is why I support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you to our two colleagues. This is a very, very important resolution, and I'm certainly very sure that a guy like Jordan Hill Lewis and the colleagues in the finance portfolio committees, as well as Dion George and the finance team, are very pleased of this policy affirmation dealing with the government wage bill. And thank you, Nicole, for bringing it to the policy affirmations. This is one of the most important policy affirmations within the fiscal policy framework of South Africa. So we really are pleased that you brought it to this particular Congress resolutions. Thank you very much for that. We are now ready for Resolution 5. And the proposer for the Resolution 5 is the Western Cape Premier, Mr. Alan Winde.
Thank you very much, Chair, and also congratulations on your election unopposed. And Congress delegates, good day. My proposal, or my resolution, is the embracing of federalism by devoting substantial powers to well-run local and provincial governments. And we know that the DA is a federal party. We believe in bringing power closer to the citizens, and service delivery it happens best as close as you can get it to citizens. Our constitution in South Africa allows for devolution of substantial powers. And we have well-run DA municipalities and province. And therefore, we believe that we need to devolve more powers. And of course, what's happening at the moment is when those powers aren't there, it is much more difficult for us to deliver to the citizens. So we end up almost with unfunded mandates, because we've got to step in to make sure that the citizens receive these services. And therefore, we resolve that Congress adopts a pioneering and brave and activist approach to devolving more power. We need to get control of police, railways, ports, water storage, electricity generation, fishing. These are all things that provinces and municipalities should be running, but also it must be premised on funds that follow the function. And we must really fight for this across the country wherever we are in government. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Alan Winde. And the seconder for this proposal is the Executive Mayor of Stellenbosch Municipality, Geesie van Deventer.
Goeiemorgen, good morning, Morweni. Assalamu alaikum to all colleagues. One of the key principles that distinguish the DA from other political parties is our commitment to federalism. All around us, we see the devastating consequences of excessive state centralization, from the police to the airways, the railways, electricity generation. The national government persistently undermines the ability of well-run DA, local and now needs federalism more than ever before. I therefore second this resolution.
Thank you very much to both the Premier of the Western Cape, Alan Winde, and the Executive Mayor of Stellenbosch Municipality for the resolution on federalism. This is also very significant given what is currently happening in South Africa, with the national government trying to centralize all of these powers. And so this resolution is significant because it reconfirms the Democratic Alliance principle of subsidiarity. Thank you very much to these two resolutions. We are now moving to the next resolution, resolution number 6, which will be dealing with becoming a party of fiscal discipline. And the proposer for this resolution is Jordan Hill-Lewis, and the seconder is Dr. Dion George. We are now ready to move over to Jordan Hill-Lewis.
That's wonderful. How do I get
Thank you very much, Ivan.
Themselves.
I can still hear Fiesi. Thank you very much, Ivan, and good morning, delegates across the country. Delegates, South Africa is in an advanced stage of fiscal crisis and debt trap. And one of the things that sets us apart as the DA is that we recognize that a key responsibility of every DA government is the careful stewardship of public money. We do not waste, and our governments should aim over time to cost the public less, not more. And this is a very important principle to reaffirm. At the moment, South Africa is spending 250 billion rand a year just paying interest on our credit card as a country. That is totally unsustainable. And it means that we have ever less and less to spend on basic public services on which the public, and particularly the poor, depend on a daily basis. And we see this where we govern. Education, health, security budgets being cut. And so we are here today to reaffirm that DA governments and the DA as a party will be the party of fiscal discipline, and that will set us apart among political parties in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Dion George. We are now signing over to that was Jordan Hill-Lewis. Dion George will now speak to this proposal.
Thank you very much. Good morning, delegates. I second the resolution. The medium-term budget policy statement on Wednesday was clear that there is no more fiscal space for borrowing. Current debt servicing is already crowding out service delivery, especially on education and policing. This resolution is realistic and achievable by a DA government, by resolving the problem with never-ending bailouts to state-owned enterprises and the upward spiral in public sector job numbers and salaries. Fiscal discipline and prudent tax policy is the best foundation for job-creating economic growth. Thank you.
Thank you to Dr. Dion George and Jordan Hill-Lewis on the resolution on becoming a party of fiscal discipline. Also a very, very important resolution and a policy affirmation at the Federal Congress 2020. We are now moving to resolution number 7, outlaw cadre deployment to build a better government in South Africa. The proposer for this resolution number 7 is Leon Schreiber. The seconder is Celia Brink. We will now move over to Leon Schreiber from Cape Town.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, the DA is well known across South Africa as one of as the major champion in the fight against corruption. But I think what we have needed to focus on again in recent times is that we've seen that after Jacob Zuma left, corruption didn't leave with him. And that is because the fundamental root of corruption in South Africa is related to the people that get appointed in the first place. The ANC policy of cadre deployment, which prioritizes loyalty to the ANC rather than merit and proven ability of appointments to the public administration, really lies at the heart of why corruption has continued unabated and in some cases even worsened after Jacob Zuma left office. The only way we're going to tackle this problem and really uproot it is to take aim at the policies that enable the ANC to appoint cadres rather than competent officials. That is why this resolution reaffirms our commitment to tackling cadre deployment head-on by ensuring that we pass legislation, introduce proposals that will take power away from politicians that are able to currently interfere in the appointment processes of professional officials, and strengthening the role of the Public Service Commission and ensuring that we have entrance examination to ensure that appointments are based on merit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to Leon Stryber from Cape Town. This resolution is, the seconder to this resolution is Celia Brink, and Celia is from Gauteng. He's online. Over to you, Celia.
Good morning, Congress. To keep their election promises, councillors and mayors need municipalities to appoint and promote the best available municipal officials. We also need a clear distinction between the work of politicians and the work of career civil servants. In most municipalities outside the Western Cape, the trend has been to politicize municipal administrations. Officials have been promoted and appointed based not on their ability to do the work, but on their politics. No wonder so many of them are failing. They lack the engineers, planners, accountants, and managers to do the job. The High Court has already outlawed or declared unconstitutional cadre deployment, but to make this explicit, let us support this motion to outlaw cadre deployment. Thank you.
Thank you to Leon and to Celia. This is very important, the resolution. And as you say, can see, we're looking forward to a legislation, a private member's bill, because this resolution says the DA must outlaw cadre deployment, which means this will be part of a legislative process which the DA colleagues in the National Assembly will drive. Thank you to this resolution, much appreciated. We are now moving to the next resolution, number 8, that will deal with deregulate the labor market and collective bargaining to create jobs. And this resolution is proposed by John Steenhuisen, and he is at the Tropicana Hotel in Durban in KZN. And the seconder to this proposal is Jacques Smalla from Limpopo. Over to you, John.
Thanks very much, Ivan, and greetings again, delegates. South Africa has an unemployment crisis. We have over 13 million people unemployed. The large majority of those are young South Africans who remain locked out of opportunity and out of employment. If we're going to unleash a jobs revolution in South Africa, we need to urgently look at our labor legislation, deregulating it, make it easier for businesses to hire people and to keep them in employment. We also need to break the back of the collective bargaining system in South Africa, which binds small businesses who don't even have a seat at the table when doing wage negotiations to wage negotiations that are debated and agreed upon without them. We need to break the paradigm of state control over the labor market and unleash people power into our labor system. We need to do this because we need to get more people into employment, because a job still remains the best form of addressing inequality and the best form of advancing a person's ability to live a life of value and to be able to provide a future for themselves and their families. The current labor regime that we have in South Africa is one designed for the labor market we would like to have, but not one that's grounded in the reality of the labor system and economy that we do have at the moment. This needs urgent attention if we're going to unleash this jobs revolution. This resolution seeks to do that.
Thank you, John Steenhuisen. And we have now the seconder for this resolution, Jacques Smalla from Limpopo. He's online.
Good morning, colleagues. This resolution is aligned to our Growth First agenda. To this end, our approach to economic justice is careful, not to detract from economic growth, where current legislation is acting as a brake on growth and employment. It needs to be deregulated to allow for participation for the most two vulnerable groups in our economy, the youth as well as the unemployed. I therefore second the proposal as read by my esteemed colleague John Steenhuisen.
Thank you very much, John and Jacques Smalla, for this resolution. As you can see, this resolution is also very important. It deals also with the issue of structural reform that was also earlier mentioned by Nicole during her input. Colleagues, we are now moving to resolution number 9, dealing with ICT, and the proposer for this resolution is Kamogela Mangena, and he's online. And the seconder for this resolution is Michael Shackleton.
Good morning, colleagues. Data in South Africa is becoming increasingly expensive, and in other surrounding countries, we see a much more less data costs. National government has failed to reach its own target to digital migration. Radio frequency spectrum is essential for both audio and visual media to broadcast mobile operators and to be able to provide data to consumers. The availability of this data could reduce data costs by a great deal. This is why it is important that we put pressure on the national government to roll out spectrum. But also importantly to this is to oppose the new Electronic Communications Amendment Bill, which allows for mandatory infrastructure sharing by operators, which might ultimately lead to the stripping of private property rights. We believe that spectrum should be treated as a private property, and this would allow people to be able to trade spectrum freely and would reduce data costs. But also, it is important that a DA-led government would be able to support its local government's efforts in the quest to roll out data, but also to ensure ICT access in informing policy design and development. I thank you for this.
Thank you, Mangena. This resolution is seconded by Michael Shackleton.
Thank you so much, Chair, for the opportunity, and good morning to the Federal Congress. I think our resolution ties in very well with the work done by Cameron McKenzie, placing pressure on the government to increase spectrum, and ties in very well with a national campaign run by the DA Youth a few years ago, which was called Data for All, where really we were trying to champion the cause of having young job seekers access to data. We are still afflicted in our country by plights such as apartheid spatial planning, where there are actual communities where people cannot go home for 2 days because of the travel to have to physically apply for work. And this is one of the examples that we can use to harness opportunities for the people out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Michael, for that seconder. We are now moving to the whole issue of resolution number. Sorry, Michael was speaking on the resolution 10 in terms of crime. The seconder is Kamogelo Mangena. Over to.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much, Federal Chairperson. Our resolution looks to improve the powers and the resourcing of IPID. We've seen numerous cases of police brutality in our country on a daily basis, and especially under lockdown. We want to fast track all unresolved cases and complaints laid by members of the public. And we have to improve the internal disciplinary process of SAPS and ensure that it is done independently of government entities. Something that we're introducing with this resolution, making it not strictly a policy affirmation, is that we're also asking that public reps on state security and community safety oversight and police committees be vetted themselves to see if they fit in and if they are fit and proper persons to sit on these committees which preside over police service entities, as we want an honest and professional police service in our country and people that are upstanding citizens. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael Shackleton, for that resolution on crime. And the seconder is Kamogelo Mangena.
Thank you very much, Chair. It is very important that we know that crime remains one of the most typical issues in the country, and the DA understands that in order for businesses to thrive and people to live a comfortable life, every citizen should be made to feel safe. No one can have this value of freedom while they still live in fear. Now, we notice that mechanisms for lodging complaints and investigations are centralized by the police, and often at times, public are discouraged to report such incidences due to corruption, the turnaround time for feedback, and there's a poor reception by the South African Police Service. In order to do this, we do believe that much more effort needs to be put in order to improve the powers and the resourcing of IPID. But also importantly, we need to be able to fast track all the unresolved cases that are laid by members of the public. Thank you so much.
Thank you to our two speakers, Michael Shackleton and Mangena. We are now moving to resolution number 11, and this deals with child malnutrition. And the proposer is Kamogela Mangena.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Child malnutrition remains one of the most important issues, especially after the president announced the lockdown. We recognize that so many people are unable to access nutritious food and are able to provide for their families. Therefore, social grants are the most feasible and immediate feasible route to protecting children and their families with no income. South Africa's move to lockdown meant that most people who were able to provide for their families through informal businesses could not do so, and therefore some could not even access the food services that they get from their school. I do, however, believe that we need to support the subsidization of certain nutritious food in order to help people and particularly the most vulnerable access food. But also we need to fast track the registration of vulnerable homes that are not receiving social grants. Importantly so, we need to support an option of parents to opt for food vouchers, which could be able to replace the monetary payments in order for parents to be able to buy food. Because we do recognize that food vouchers can go a long way in terms of lessening the corruption that is being committed by SASSA officials. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Kamogelo Mangena. The seconder for this resolution is Michael Shackleton, and he's from Gauteng.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. Just to echo the proposer, Kamogelo Mangena, I think especially we have to find ways to effectively root out corruption within SASSA, and investigating vouchers as a system as opposed to monetary payments for food nutrition to children in these circumstances I think it's a good start. It's a good beginning that we can use, and we can use that as a platform to introduce more mechanisms to chart the way forward to root out corruption. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much to our two colleagues on the issue of child malnutrition and the issue of food vouchers. Thank you very much for your contributions. We are now moving to resolution number 12, providing tax relief to citizens and reduce government spending. The proposer is Dean McPherson from KwaZulu-Natal, and he's currently at the Tropicana Hotel in Durban. Over to you, Dean.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings, delegates, from a very festive and lively KZN venue this morning. I'm very excited to present this resolution because I think for more than a quarter of a century, South Africa has not had any meaningful tax reform that seeks to put more money in the pockets of ordinary South Africans. And this is important if we want to drive a supply and demand driven economy, and that can only be done if more people have more money in their pockets. Currently, South Africa is one of the most overburdened and overtaxed countries in the world, which is just simply not sustainable. And I think that if we can be the party of meaningful tax reform, that looks to put more money in the back pockets of South Africans, that allows them an opportunity to drive this economy, I think that it is something progressive and something that we will be able to celebrate as a party. We've also seen collapsing tax returns of late. We've seen capital flight out of the country, and that is because of our overburdening and heavy tax regime that we have in South Africa. We want to attract more taxpayers into South Africa. We want to make it cheaper for businesses to operate in South Africa. We want to lower the tax thresholds for small and medium-sized businesses, and we really want to get this economy going. We can do that by putting more money in more people's pockets. I ask that you support this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dean, for this proposal on tax relief for consumers. The seconder for this proposal is Galeb Kachalia, and he is online in Gauteng. We are crossing over to Gauteng.
We know that high tax rates discourage work, savings, investment, and innovation, and affects the allocation of economic resources. Workers who create wealth feel the brunt of a high tax burden. High tax rates impact wages and product prices go up, which leads to inflation and in effect high tax rates cause lower real tax revenue collection. As if this isn't enough, more people can't afford to live on their incomes, and the poverty rate goes up, which causes an additional drain on the budgets of government social programs. So the only cure for the stagflation which follows is to cut both taxes and government spending. That is precisely what this resolution aims to do. I urge you to support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both Dean McPherson and Caleb Katsalia. Cutting taxes and government spending. Thank you very much for this. This brings us to the end of the policy affirmations. Therefore, for those, there were no voting required. But what we are now heading towards is starting from Resolution 13. And there will be proposers, there will be seconders, and there will be contributing speakers. So from Resolution 13 onwards, Congress delegates will also be asked to start voting it. And we won't vote for every individual proposal, but we will vote for them in clusters. So I put before the Federal Congress the Resolution number 13, Ending Childhood Stunting, and the proposer for this resolution is Mbali Ntuli, and she's currently at the Tropicana Hotel in Durban in KwaZulu-Natal. The seconder will be Sakile Mkhadi, and the first contributing speaker will be Manny de Freitas, and the second contributing speaker is Langanani Gumbi. Over to Mbali.
Thank you, Ivan. This resolution, Democrats, is about ending childhood stunting, and it really just is a resolution to give life to what we've already agreed to as part of our policy proposals on the childhood malnutrition. And the reason that it's set out in this way is because we want to be quite specific. So the resolution is noting in South Africa, childhood stunting remains a developmental hurdle to children between the ages of 0 to 5, and that stunting is a manifestation of chronic undernutrition, that the DA resolves to ensure that every child in a government-approved creche would get a minimum of porridge in the morning and a peanut butter sandwich in the afternoon in order to prevent childhood stunting. And these have been shown to be basic meals that really help children be able to concentrate, to be able to absorb the kind of work that they would be doing. And obviously we know that if you can get that right at the very beginning, then you have a child who's able to progress properly in the educational means, and we kind of end the cycle of poverty and violence in the country that we see. So this is something to give us a little bit more specificity to the child malnutrition part of our policy proposals that we've already agreed to. And I think kubalulekile ngoba mabukhuluma nawo gogo ngabatshela ukuthi thina njenge-DA silwela ukuthi ingane yakho idle ekreshi ungakhathazeki ngokuthi izobe ikwazi ukuthola ukudla, iparish ekuseni, i-peanut butter sandwich ntambama. So abantu bazi ukuthi when we're talking about malnutrition or childhood stunting, what does the DA actually want to do about it? And this is just one of the ways that we thought would be great. And it is researched that these two particular things are the best for that particular age group.
Thank you very much, Mbali. The seconder to your proposal is Sakile Mkhadi, also from KwaZulu-Natal online, and we are now crossing over to Sakile.
Thank you, and I think just to add on to what Mbali is saying, we need to be proactive in the way in which we try and, do societal interventions. And I think one of the key elements that drive some of the social ills that we see is that young kids aren't able to be, fully developed and fully immersed within our education system, which causes some of the problems we see later on, like low pass rates and their inability to be employed. So I think that an intervention like this aims to solve just that. And it's done, like Mbali said, very simply by providing basic nutrition in the formative years of their lives. And I think that as a party, we need to start speaking to the root causes of problems more than we are to, let's say, the developments of what we see happens when the problems escalate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sakile. The first contributing speaker to this resolution is Manny de Freitas from Gauteng, and he's online.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's a very important one, so thanks to the proposer and the seconder for this resolution. But I'd like to make an amendment, if I may. And the reason is I want to motivate and then explain why. That we ensure, although it specifically mentions the actual foodstuffs, we need to ensure that whatever meals provided to the child will be equivalent, optimally nutritionally, or superior to what is needed. So if they could be considered that we amend the resolution to say, get a minimum porridge or nutritional equivalent or superior meal. and also after the words afternoon, nutritional equivalent or superior meal. And the reason is because if a community for some reason has a sponsorship or whatever and can improve on that nutrition, that'd be great as well. Or
Thank
if they're
you.
not getting that.
Your time is up. Please conclude.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manny de Freitas. The second contributing speaker is Langanani Gumbe from KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you very much, Ivan Mayor. So yes, look, this resolution does speak about significantly the caring elements of our party and necessarily to some kind of social safety net. And the great thing about it is that the Western Cape government, as far as I know in some areas, I don't know if it's everywhere, they've already started providing some kind of support both at breakfast and also around lunchtime, so to make sure that we give kind of children the best available education where they can concentrate and really thrive. So I am in support of it, and thanks for the positive contribution. I think even Manny made some good positive contribution to it, just to address the concerns.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank you to the proposer, the seconder, and the first and second contributing speaker to this resolution number 13. You will see there is a resolution 14 in your course pack, but the proposer of this resolution has requested to defer this resolution to the next Federal Council meeting. We will therefore now move to resolution 15, and the resolution 14 in your course pack will be dealt with at the next Federal Council. It will not serve here. That was the request by the proposer. We move now to resolution 15, and on the screen you will see the resolution 15 deals with end farm attacks and murders, and there will only be a proposer and a seconder, Mr. Norco. There won't be any contributing speakers. The contributing speaker has withdrawn. So over to you, Diane Kohler-Barnard, online in KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Chair. I first spoke out about farm murders in 2006, but still the President, the ANC and the ANC-aligned media ignored what became increasingly brutal attacks then and continued to do so until the DA launched a 16-point targeted campaign 6 months ago. Now, Bheki Cele forbade all farm patrols during the lockdown, and we saw farm attacks soar. Indeed, while 3 of our provinces were on fire straight after the EFF called on its members to burn the farmers out, that minister was seen cutting ribbons and kissing babies in KZN. Our rural communities are at enormous threat. In the last 10 years, 612 of these farmers and farm workers have been murdered, with 2,818 attacks, leaving many maimed, raped, crippled, or blinded. Now, the SAPS plan has failed, and farmers, black and white, farm workers, black and white, their wives, children, and parents are 4 times more likely to be murdered than the average South African. Now, this is in the most isolated of our rural areas where these attackers have time to hone their craft, boil their oil, heat their irons, sharpen their machetes, and often leave without taking anything at all. No one deserves to die by torture. Farmers and farm workers have just as much right to life as city dwellers. Cash and transit heists are priority crimes, which shows Cele puts more value on the truck of cash than he does the lives of our citizens. I ask you to support our farmers and our farm workers and vote for my resolution today.
Thank you very much, Diane Kohler-Barnard, for this resolution on ending farm attacks and murders. And the seconder on this resolution is Noko Masipa from the Western Cape.
Thank you, Chairperson. These crimes negatively affect the economy and the livelihoods of farmers, farm workers, and many rural communities that are dependent on the agriculture economy. Stock theft has intensified so much so that many rural farmers who rely heavily on livestock have decided to abandon farming with livestock completely. A combination of normal crime and hate crime is crippling the advancement of agriculture at commercial, emerging, and communal farming levels. Because of the costs involved in combating these crimes, the farmer's ability to produce food cheaply and keep prices low for consumer is adversely affected. Combating these crimes is a step towards the advancement of justice and sustainable development to ensure that this country remains food
Thank you.
secured.
Your
I
time is
therefore
up.
request
Please
delegates to
conclude.
support us in this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Diane Kohler-Barnard and Noko Masipa for this resolution on ending farm attacks and murders in South Africa. And that includes both farmers, black and white, and farm workers in South Africa. Thank you very much for that. We are now going to vote. So I will explain the process first. Because Resolution 14 was withdrawn and deferred now to the Federal Council, we will now have a poll vote to vote on the Resolution 13 and Resolution 15. The vote process starts now. Thank you, delegates, for your patience. We now have the results on the Resolution 13 and Resolution 15. Remember, Resolution 14 has been deferred to the Federal Council. So on the outcome of this vote for Resolution 13, dealing with ending childhood stunting, we have an overwhelming majority in favor of this resolution, which is 83.11%. So this resolution is carried by the Federal Congress 2020. On the Resolution 15, ending farmer tax and farm murders, we have an overwhelming majority of 91.38%. So this resolution on farmer tax and farm murders is also approved by the Federal Congress. Thank you very much for those two resolutions. Delegates, we are now ready to move to resolution number 16 that deals with protecting our streets. And the proposer is Andrew Whitfield from the Eastern Cape. And he's currently at the hybrid venue in Queenstown at the golf club in the Eastern Cape. The seconder for this resolution is Dean McPherson. So we will cross over to Andrew Whitfield.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Ivan, and good morning to the delegates from a cold and wet Queenstown in the heart of the Eastern Cape. The DA is a federal political party, and this resolution represents the spirit and principle of federalism as it seeks to take policing from Pretoria to the provinces. We cannot accept that Bheki Cele can determine every detail of our community safety from the comfort of his ivory tower in Pretoria. Bheki Cele recently gazetted the SAPS Amendment Bill for public comment. This bill seeks to further centralize control of community safety within the confines of Pretoria rather than devolving policing powers to the provinces where the people are. The SAPS Amendment Bill is nothing more than a shameless power grab by an incapable minister serving in an incapable state. This resolution seeks to reward capable provincial governments with the powers to manage their own police services, which would improve accountability in policing and ultimately the safety of our crime-ridden communities. While the ANC wants to bring more power to Pretoria, putting the power for policing in the hands of their party, the DA wants to take power to the provinces, which ultimately puts the power in the hands of the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Andrew Whitfield. The seconder for this proposal is Dean McPherson in KwaZulu-Natal at the hybrid venue Tropicana Hotel in Durban.
Thank you, Chairperson. And I think ultimately what this resolution seeks to do is make more policing more local. I think there's nothing more distressing that I've heard in a constituency like mine, when police vehicles are driving around to a crime in progress and stopping at a petrol station asking for directions or where the road is that this crime is taking place. So it is absolutely essential that we take policing more to a local level, that strategies are developed for the communities that police members serve, and that ultimately our communities are able to have more input and more accountability in our local police stations. So I think that this is a very good and groundbreaking resolution, and I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dean, for seconding this resolution. The first contributing speaker is Nomayeza Bakamela from the Free State, and Nomayeza is currently at the hybrid venue in Bloemfontein at the provincial office.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to all the delegates. Local and regional police services are in a better position to be able to create a safe space for any violated victims, regardless of gender or family background. Our streets are the battlefield that mold our generations into becoming better people within communities, and which is why the reviewing of capacity of our police services also is important. So therefore, I stand to support this resolution, and I ask all the delegates to support this resolution. I thank you.
Thank you. That was Nomayeza from Bloemfontein. Thank you very much. The second contributing speaker is from Ekurhuleni. Malcolm, over to you, Malcolm.
Thank you very much, Ivan. I think I fully support this resolution on a number of grounds. Now, I strongly believe that localizing police will help even with attracting the recruitment of police reservists. As it stands right now, we are losing police reservists. In fact, in the community where I serve, police reservists went from 32 a few years back, and now only 8 are left. So that really puts communities in danger of crime. So therefore, I strongly support this resolution, and implore Congress to support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you to the proposer, the second, and the two contributing speakers for this resolution. I think, as you can see, this resolution also nicely complements the resolution that was put before it by the Premier of the Western Cape, Alan Winde, and seconded by the Mayor of Stellenbosch Municipality, Geesie van Deventer. Thank you very much. Devolving powers locally to the streets, to the provinces, to the municipalities. Thank you very much, colleagues, for this resolution. We are now moving to resolution number 17, Prevention and Combating of Hate Crimes Against the LGBTQIA Community. And the proposer for this very important resolution is Mbali Ntuli, who is currently at the hybrid venue at the Tropicana Hotel in Durban. Mbali is currently not available now, so we move straight to the seconder, Sakile Mkhadi.
Thank you very much, Chair. So we live in a country that's legislated the freedoms extended to all of our citizens, including the protection against discrimination, particularly towards the LGBT community. However, what we find is that this doesn't translate in the lived experiences of people on the ground. So we find escalating violence, particularly violence towards like hate crimes. And we think that this is particularly bad because even when people try to receive justice, they're unable to because we have police force that is unskilled and sensitized to these kinds of issues. So we want the state to have a specialized investigative unit officers to deal specifically with these crimes that are aimed at, discriminating against the LGBT community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sakile. We are having the first contributing speaker, which is Manny de Vryters, and he's online from Gauteng.
Thank you very much, Chair. This resolution presumes that the police are incompetent, and that concerns me. And also it specifically mentions specific crimes when actually all crimes should be looked into. So I'd like to propose that we amend it to include that qualified and competent police and officials within the SIU deal with all violent and hate crimes such as, and I'd like to include, for example, farm murders and violence and hate crimes on, and then keep the rest of the wording, so that there's no ranking of crimes, and that one crime somehow is more important than others. So that's, I'd like to make that resolution, that amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. The second contributing speaker to this resolution is Mr. Martin Meyer, and he is online from KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you. Actually in Cape Town, but I am from KwaZulu-Natal. Say his name and remember his name. Lindo Pele from Umlazi was brutally killed, the knife left in his eye, and his only crime was that he loved someone of the same gender as him. He was killed in the most horrific way, a victim of hate because of who he loves. I am Lindo. My loving partner of 6 years is Lindo. Many members online here is Lindo Pele. Your brother, sister, or child is Lindo. So I ask that the DA continues to be the voice for those that are at risk, be a voice for Lindo, help keep me safe, keep my partner safe, keep your son and daughter safe. We have our rights as the LGBTI community on paper, but let's work harder to ensure that our rights exist in practice. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. The third contributing speaker is Ms. Nomayeza Bakamela from the Free State, who's currently at the hybrid venue at the Bloemfontein office.
Thank you, Chairperson. Once again, greetings to all. As communities, we should also be able to grant society that forms part of this LGBTIQ+ an open platform that is safe to discuss the disadvantages and advantages that are psychological, as well as not forgetting that this sexual orientation should be discussed in different platforms and treating this topic of sexual orientations as normal. We should remember that the people who form part of this LGBTIQ and plus communities are the brothers and sisters that deserve the same respect as any other South Africans. Therefore, this will decrease the cases of gender and sexual orientation-based violence. And I stand to support this resolution, and I'm asking all the delegates to support this resolution. I thank you.
Thank you. Your time is up. Please conclude.
Thank you, Nomayeza. The fourth contributing speaker is ready. Nestle Sharif from Gauteng at the hybrid venue, the Marx Park Club at Randburg.
Good morning, delegates. As an ally of the LGBTIQA+ community, I would like to urge each and every one of you to please support this resolution. 53% of LGBTIQA+ persons facing violence, corrective rape, and murder is far too much. In fact, delegates, you would agree that one person is indeed too much. The DA remains the only political party in this country that unapologetically fights for equality and for justice. We must continue this. It is up to us to ensure that all citizens are safe and protected. I would like to ask you to please support this resolution. I thank you.
Thank you very much for these contributions. The next contributing speaker is Slanganani Gumbi from KwaZulu-Natal. Slanganani is experiencing technical issues. He's currently not available, so we will move to the next resolution, which is resolution number 18, dealing with the commitments to make conversion therapy for LGBTIQ plus youth illegal in the Republic of South Africa. And the proposer to this resolution is Martin Meyer from KwaZulu-Natal, but now today in Cape Town.
Thank you, Chairperson. So I'm just making sure I'm online here. Thank you. I greet in the name of Gloria Gaynor, of Chair, and of Lady Gaga. South Africa has a terrible history during the time of apartheid with conversion therapy, where many young South Africans received shock therapy at one military hospital. Sadly, forms of this continue. So-called conversion therapy is a range of dangerous and discredited practices that falsely claim to change the person's sexual orientation or gender identity. Such practices has been rejected by every mainstream medical and mental health organization for decades, but due to continuing discrimination on societal bias against the queer community, some practitioners continue to conduct conversion therapy. Minors are especially vulnerable, and conversion therapy can lead to depression, anxiety, drug use, homelessness, and suicide. The South African Society of Psychiatrists states that there is no scientific evidence that reparative or conversion therapy is effective in changing a person's sexual orientation. There is, however, every evidence that this type of therapy can be destroyed. As we are a liberal party, I respect that we will want to allow adults to decide for themselves. But we also have a duty to protect our children. The DA has always led the way when it comes to fighting for the right of the LGBTIQ community. And I ask that we also take up this very important fight. On a personal note, as someone who has seen the damage this has done to young people in the social work therapy that I've done, I ask that everybody please support this and fight for our queer youth in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. The seconder to this proposal is Kaylee Leng from KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Chair. The concept of conversion therapy itself goes completely against our liberal values as a party. Each citizen of this country should and must be able to be who they are and love who they love without fear. We cannot teach children to force themselves and to be forced to be anything other than who they are and their individual selves. It is wrong to allow our young people to be punished, ridiculed, judged, and forced to change who they are as individuals. With this, Democrats, I urge Congress to support this resolution.
Thank you, colleagues. We will now have the second contributing speaker. Nestle Saraf will now speak to this resolution.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good morning once again, colleagues. It absolutely boggles my mind. It's crazy that conversion therapy still happens in our country. Who you are can never be dictated by anybody else, let alone other people's beliefs. Colleagues, conversion therapy is a disgusting practice that has no space in our society. The society the DA wants to see must always be based on our values and our principles. Therefore, I urge all delegates to please support this resolution. Conversion therapy, in fact, should already be illegal. I thank you.
Thank you, Nestle, for speaking very passionately about this resolution. Thank you very much. The third contributing speaker is Oscar Solomons. Oscar, can you please unmute yourself? We can't hear you.
My apology, Chair, for that. Good morning, Congress delegates. Chair, if I read the resolution, it distinguishes between under 18 and over 18 people. Now, the resolution talks about promoting legislation to make so that we make conversion therapy illegal. On the basis of the principle of choice, Chairperson, I want to ask that Congress consider that it becomes as well for under 18, for youth as well, because it implies that over 18 conversion therapy is okay, but for under 18 it's illegal, should be illegal. I ask that it be across the board, be so moved, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to the participants, the proposers to this resolution, as well as the seconders. We will now soon move to the Zoom vote. We have before us the Federal Congress Resolution 16, Resolution 17, and Resolution 17. We will soon launch the Zoom poll vote. Stand by. Well, Resolution 16 deals with protecting our streets. Resolution 17 deals with prevention and combating of hate crimes against the LGBTIQ plus communities. Resolution 18 will deal with the commitments to make conversion therapy for LGBTIQ and youth illegal in the Republic of South Africa. So we will be voting on the Zoom platform on these particular 3 resolutions. Thank you, delegates, for your patience. The results are now in for resolution number 16, dealing with the protection of our streets. This Congress has passed this resolution, so that resolution has been carried by the Federal Congress 2020. On resolution number 17 on the prevention and combating of hate crimes against LGBTI plus communities, that resolution has also been passed by the Federal Congress 2020. In terms of resolution 18, which calls for a commitment to make conversion therapy of LGBTIQ and youth illegal in South Africa, has overwhelmingly been passed by this Federal Congress. So those three resolutions has been carried, and it is now formally being carried at the Democratic Alliance Federal Congress 2020. Thank you to the proposers, the seconders, and the resolutions speakers to that particular resolutions. Thank you very much. We are now able to move to resolution number 19, and we have a long list of contributing speakers that deals with rent control in metros where the DA governs. The proposer is on standby and is ready, Mr. Martin Meyer.
Thank you, Chairperson. Rent control is not a new system, not even in South Africa where such laws have existed in the past. In many circumstances, local or even national governments will implement rent control in times of war or disaster to deal with severe lack of housing. No one here will deny the fact that when it comes to housing in inner city areas and dealing with apartheid spatial planning, we are in war, we are facing a disaster, and we do need government intervention within accepted boundaries to deal with this crisis. Apartheid spatial planning is one of the ongoing migraines from evil apartheid regime that the current governing party has not yet fully addressed, and that continues to keep the poor in poverty by keeping them removed from economic opportunities and forcing the poor to spend too crazy amounts on public transport or force them to live in cramped conditions in slums in the inner cities. I do understand as a Liberal Party, we want to limit government intervention, but in South Africa's unique circumstances, we know that we do need intervention at times to ensure redress for past injustices and current inequality. There is currently legislation and measures in place to try and ensure fairness in rental prices, but these are insufficient. The term reasonable is very difficult to define. What I think is a reasonable price you might disagree with. Furthermore, current legislation gives tenants recourse to provincial rental tribunals, which in the KZN is understaffed, underfunded, and underperforming. Research is there to prove that this has worked in certain cities. So let us be bold, be brave, and be fair. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. The first contributing speaker is Mbali is not available, so she won't second this resolution. And so we have the second contributing speaker, or rather the first contributing speaker available. Mr. John de Villiers is online from the Western Cape.
Thank you, Chair. All economic research into rent control is unanimous. Rent control is destructive. In a study done by the American Review, 464 economists agreed that rent control reduces the quantity and quality of housing available. In short, rent control creates artificial demand by freezing rentals, but it kills supply as property developers are discouraged to develop. The end result is the victimization of property owners and the inability of the market to supply new units to tenants. So basically, everybody loses. This is an attack on private property rights, and I urge delegates to vote against it.
Thank you very much, John. We have the second contributing speaker, who is Fred Nyal from Gauteng. He's at the hybrid venue, the Pumulani Lodge in Kempton Park. Over to you, Fred.
Morning, Ivan, from a very cold and wet Pretoria. The DA is a party that is pro-market, and we cannot prescribe to the market. In fact, this will lead to inner city decay and degeneration and the creation of slums if we introduce this. This is not the only option available to promote low-cost quality housing close to economic opportunities. We should rather offer a package of incentives for public and private social housing schemes aimed at specific markets like, for instance, single mothers. This proposal is one-dimensional, and we should rather write a comprehensive policy on social housing and low-cost housing closer to economic opportunities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fred Nyal. The third contributing speaker is Dean McPherson from KwaZulu-Natal, and he's at the hybrid venue at the Tropicana Hotel in Durban.
Thank you, Ivan. This proposal is so far to the left that not even the ANC or EFF have ever proposed rent controls, and therefore the DA should reject it. Price controls are also illegal under the Competition Act, and so cannot be entertained. We also cannot destroy investment in the property sector by capping people's returns. But also, if your rent is linked to inflation, what if inflation is 10% or 20%? Does that mean that property owners can increase rent by that amount? But lastly, also what we cannot do is prescribe to our DA governments what policies they implement, because that is what the resolution instructs our governments to do, and therefore I urge Congress to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean McPherson. The fourth contributing speaker is Carl Steenkamp, and he's online from Gauteng.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. This is a question of basic economics. Rent control establishes artificial price caps that artificially boost demand for housing. And if those price caps fall below the average market rental rates, shortages will be created as the demand would exceed the current housing supply. Also, it undermines property rights as it takes a large portion of the value of residential properties from property owners, therefore removing owners' rights to accept offers willingly made by potential renters. If you want cheaper rents, going against basic economic theory and causing a housing shortage is not the way to go, but rather to reform municipal planning regulations that will ignite investment, increase supply of rental properties, which will reduce rent costs. I therefore ask all delegates to reject this motion by all means. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Carl. The fifth contributing speaker is Pogiso from Gauteng, online.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that despite what has been said, the research is not as unanimous as people say that, that rent controls are destructive. Reading research that says there are more than 200 cities in the United States that have implemented rent control without any destructive effects. We may not adopt this resolution, but we will need to consider the effects of inequality in cities, the effect of COVID-19, and the effects of other pressures that people have that are unable to afford housing in the inner city and therefore they're kept outside of the main economy. And we also cannot speak about a capping of these type of things when there is no, the demand cannot be there in the inner city because people cannot afford. So we need to think about some sort of social housing policy going forward. This might not be it, but something else needs to be thought and brought into place. Thanks.
Thank you. Your time is up. Please conclude.
Thank you, Pogiso. The sixth contributing speaker is Nicole Graham from KwaZulu-Natal.
Thank you, Chair. I am covered on the economics by many of the colleagues who've spoken before me. I just want to make the point that it's entirely possible to create affordable housing opportunities for people who've been excluded due to past discrepancies and apartheid spatial planning without instituting rent control. And many of our governments are doing that. And the second point I'd like to make is that I don't believe it's the role of Congress to give instructions to government. I see there are a number of speakers lined up from our different governments in the Western Cape, but I really don't believe it's our role to be imposing on governments what they should do with regards to their own policy decisions. I think we should leave that up to the people who know their circumstances best.
Thank you very much, Nicole. The seventh contributing speaker is Asher Sarupen from Gauteng.
Thank you, Dr. Mayor. The real problem that we're really dealing with is both poor public transport and a failure of the state to release well-located state land for housing development. It is not about rent or rent control. That is the problem. We as a party are telling people we want to protect their private property rights, but now want to tell them that we want to limit their property rights with this motion. It goes against our values and everything we stand for, and is far left field in many ways. We need to be fighting for better urban housing, more urban housing, and not try to artificially distort markets that limit people's property rights. So I urge all delegates to please oppose this motion very strongly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Asher, for your comments on this. The next contributing speaker is the eighth contributing speaker is Mr. James Voss from Cape Town, and he's currently at the Cape Town Civic Centre in the Western Cape.
Greetings to all. I'll start by saying that rent control through a private sector lens is a drastic form of statutory interference, and therefore I object to this resolution. It will adversely affect local housing markets. Rent control will discourage new construction, and for example, if you look at our lineup of new developments coming from our investment unit here in Cape Town, it will kill expansion, especially in areas where there are housing shortages, and depress the potential for jobs and dignity. The modern-day Rental Housing Tribunal provides a free service and deals with unfair practices. And even during the lockdown period, the Western Cape Rental Housing Tribunal successfully conducted virtual hearings. In my view, this is smarter and more progressive than 20th century rent control. Thank you, delegates.
Thank you very much, James, for that contribution. The ninth contributing speaker is my colleague, Tertius Simmers from the Western Cape.
Thank you very much, Chair. And firstly, I would actually ask all delegates to vote against this motion or this resolution in its entirety, because the conundrum of adequate housing and affordable housing opportunities cannot be addressed by such a simplistic solution which is proposed through this resolution, but that as DA governments, be it provincially or locally, that we do need to start looking at the multi-pronged approach. One of these approaches is where we do roll out government mixed-use human settlements developments, that the issue of social housing be much more amplified to these projects, but also because we are a party of innovation in the Western Cape, one of these innovations which we are actually rolling out is what we call deferred ownership as a possibility to seek to address what this proposer of this resolution is attempting here. But once again, as it currently stands, we do vote against it. Thank you.
Please conclude.
Thank you very much, colleague Tertius Simmers. The next contributing speaker is ready and is Khaleb Kachale from Gauteng.
Rent control flies in the face of the laws of supply and demand and the operation of the free market. Whenever prices are set by government below the market clearing level, shortages will ensue. Investment will evaporate, demand will increase, and there will be an unholy scramble. Poor and middle class would-be renters will be disproportionately targeted. Affluent tenants who are best placed to will then reap the benefits. Waiting lists will result in corruption and patronage, and recipients will be disincentivized from maintaining these properties. The solution is not to interfere with market mechanisms, but to develop decent transport and housing facilities and thereby impact the inequities of apartheid spatial planning.
Thank you. Your
Please,
time is up.
against this,
Please
we fail
conclude.
to understand economics 101.
Thank you, Khaleb Kachale, for that. There was also, colleagues, administrative error here at the head office in terms of the number of participants that wanted to speak. We have received a request from Jordan Lewis, but due to an administrative error was omitted. So I've made a ruling that we will allow him, since the error is on our side, for the registration of speakers on this particular resolution. So we will now make a final last contribution speaker. That is Jordan Lewis.
Thank you very much, colleagues. This motion seeks to achieve more affordable housing for the public. That is certainly an understandable and worthy goal. The problem is that it will not achieve that goal. It will achieve exactly the opposite. Because the providers of housing, property developers, will not invest in the property market if the price that they can charge for their product at the end of the day is controlled artificially. So the way that you achieve cheaper housing for everyone is by stimulating supply, not shutting down supply by controlling prices. And for that reason, this resolution should be rejected by Congress. And I ask you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, colleague. That is the last contributing speaker on the resolution number 19, dealing with rent control in metros where the Democratic Alliance is governing. Colleagues, I have seen there's quite a lot of delegates in the chat group that's speaking about the amendments. We can unfortunately not take any amendments from the floor. That was properly communicated in a circular to all the delegates in September. So no amendments from the floor can be taken because you were given an opportunity to make written submissions to allow you to enter into amendments to particular resolutions. But thank you very much to all the delegates for their contributions and the proposers and the seconders to these particular resolutions. Colleagues, we will now take a short break, and after the break, I will hand over to the next presenter and the chairperson of the next resolutions. Refil Winseka will then take us through the rest of the resolutions. We will now have a comfort break.
Good day, delegates. I'm now taking over from Councillor Dr. Ivan Meyer. We're now moving over to Resolution 20, which was on Sustainable Development Waste Management. And the proposer of that is a colleague, Tien Kotze, from Gauteng. Over to Tien in Alberton, and he'll be coming online.
Good morning, Refilwe, and thank you for the introduction. Yes, waste management. There's a third crisis that's approaching South Africa besides power and water, and that's in terms of waste management or inadequate waste management. If we do not address this issue as soon as possible in terms of how we manage separation at source of our waste, how landfill sites are being run, both in cities and in our local municipalities, there will definitely be a crisis. Now, sustainable waste management can mean thousands and thousands of jobs in South Africa. It can contribute billions to our economy and can definitely, besides that, also improve our health and the environment that we are situated in. I mean, everyone knows the scourge of illegal dumping in our local communities and how that's affecting our waterways, etc. So please support Resolution 20 for sustainable waste management. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tien. The seconder for this resolution is Councillor Jill Humphreys, coming all the way from Bedfordview in Ekurhuleni. Over to you, Jill, who's coming from online.
Thank you. Thank you, Refilwe, and good morning, Congress. I want to ask this: where is away? Our planet no longer has the capacity to absorb the convenience of throwing away. Everyone has had and is experiencing the horror of illegal dumping, overburdened and ill-managed dump sites, unstructured waste reclaimers. All of these could be significantly improved with proper management and implementation of legislation. Providing capacity for separation at source of organic and inorganic material, pressure to do more composting, applying recent technology for greater use of organic digesters, driving sustainable urban farming with these additional resources. We want this. We need this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jill, for your second in that resolution. There are no contributing speakers on that resolution. We're now going to move on to the poll vote. Remember, we did not vote on 19, so we're going to vote on 19, which is rent control, as well as 20, which is sustainable development waste management. We're now going over to voting.
High
Thank you, Democrats. The results are out for Resolution 19 and 20. The Resolution 19 on rent control did not pass, and the Resolution 20 on sustainable development has passed. We now move on to Resolution 21 on water management. The proposer is Jill Humphreys, again from Bedford View. Over to you, Jill Humphreys, online. Jill, please unmute yourself. I think you're still muted.
Sorry. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Okay, got it. Right. In essence, we have 38 billion cubic meters of water available in all our dams and our total stock. If we pump every river dry and suck every drop from the ground, we will get about 62 billion cubic meters. Our challenge is therefore to use the 38 billion cubic meters we have available by using it 1.8 times. We pledge to use water as an economic enabler by introducing policy certainty designed to harmonize all legislation and restore investor confidence. We will do this by unlocking the value of beneficiation via a dual stream reticulation economy, in which water of different quality and price will be used for different purposes. We aim to recycle our total national water resource of 38 billion cubic meters, the volume of all dams when full, by 1.8 times. This will be done by recovering water from waste where appropriate, desalination where appropriate, and managed aquifer storage and recovery where appropriate.
Resolution. The seconder for that resolution is Lucky Dinake from Germiston. Over to you, Lucky, who is also online in Gauteng.
Thank you, Refilwe. Access and management of water has always dictated the course of human development. South Africa currently exists in a state of population-driven, climate-driven, and pollution-driven physical water scarcity. It's therefore vitally important that a DA government would adopt a sustainable, future-focused, and consolidated policy around the reuse and management of water to meet our economic and humanitarian needs. I therefore second Resolution 21.
Thank you very much, Lucky, for seconding that resolution. We have a proposed amendment to this resolution, and this is from Laurie Coogan from Gauteng, who is online. Over to you, Laurie.
I'm speaking to the proposed amendments to Resolution 21. Point 6, other groundwater bodies such as pans and wetlands are often biodiversity hotspots and are increasingly not being recharged due to drainage and seepage lines being blocked by development and hard surfaces in urban areas. Point 7, attenuation has been initiated in some of the metros utilizing sustainable urban drainage. However, this is only the beginning, and it needs to be, SUDS needs to be greatly upscaled nationwide. Point 8, water is the foundation of all life and is essential to ecosystem functioning, climate resilience, and economic activities. We have to prioritize innovative and sustainable water management methodologies such as rainwater harvesting, stormwater harvesting, bioremediation, and to ensure that we have the water necessary for our future. Thank you.
Thanks for your contribution, Laurie. There is a seconder to this amendment, and the seconder is Vincent Earp, also from Gauteng, coming online. Over to you, Vincent, from Gauteng.
Morning, Refilwe, and morning to all the delegates across the country. I believe it's critical that we formulate a comprehensive water management system. We know that water is a critical finite resource, and so it has to be managed effectively and efficiently. Therefore support this motion and the amendment to this motion. Thank you.
Vincent, thank you very much for your contribution. Obviously, we must hand over to the original proposer of the resolution, which is Jill Humphreys, for a right of reply. So over to you, Jill, in Bedfordview, for your right of reply.
Thank you so much. I would just like to say that in the body of the original proposal, we did address aquifer recharge, and particularly the ability to the sustainable urban drainage project. That is what has to take place, and that is part of the original process and the original proposal. And in terms of all the other water bodies will be taken care of if these original proposals are properly managed.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Jill, thank you for replying to that amendment. Now to the rest of the delegation to decide on whether the amendment will carry or not. So I'm going to open for voting so we can vote on the amendment. We're going to vote on the amendment. Thank you very much, delegates, voting on the amendment. Thank you, Democrats. The amendment has passed, therefore carried. We are now going to vote on the whole of Resolution 21 with amendment. We vote for Resolution 21 with the carried amendment. We're now going over to voting. Thank you very much, Democrats. Delegates, the results are out, and Resolution 21, Water Management as Amendment, has passed. We now move on to Resolution 22, which is Securing the Energy Future of South African citizens in Addressing the Climate Crisis. The proposer is John Steenhuisen, coming through from Hotel Tropicana in Durban. Over to you, John Steenhuisen.
Thanks very much, Rafiwe, and greetings again to the delegates. Eskom remains absolutely one of our biggest polluters in South Africa and one of the biggest sources of pollution. We need to replace our dependence on this failed state-run monopoly by giving power back to the people to invest in renewables, and this holds the key to replacing our reliance on old, dirty coal-fired power stations with clean renewables. South Africa is richly endowed with sources of renewable energy like solar and wind, and these sources of electricity are fast becoming cheaper than coal. This presents our country with a unique opportunity of a historic win-win solution. And I think if we act according to the paradigm of taking power away from the state and giving it to the people, we'll be able to lower our carbon emissions by 80%, while at the same time making load shedding a thing of the past. There's no trade-off here. We must ensure a reliable and secure renewable electricity supply to revitalize our economy. And by doing that, we will massively reduce the emissions currently being pumped into the atmosphere by the failed state monopoly called Eskom. As with so many other cases, taking away power from the incapable state and giving it to the people holds the key to achieving this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. The seconder of this resolution is not available, so we will move through to Resolution 23, which is Establishment of Ecocide in South African law as a crime against humanity. And the proposer is Tian Kotze from Alberton in Gauteng, coming online. Over to you, Tian.
Thank you, Rafiwe. Fellow Democrats, you hardly need to venture very far in South Africa to encounter polluted rivers engorged in raw sewage or totally covered in trash and the waste of our society. Take a boat ride out into a Table Bay and you will encounter thousands of plastic bags floating in the ocean. Our beaches indeed are covered in microplastics. But what is of particularly urgent concern are the increasingly frequent occurrences of large-scale environmental crimes, and even worse, the fact that they do not ever seem to get prosecuted, and the perpetrators do not even get charged. Last week, hundreds of thousands of liters of crude oil spilled into the Mbilo River, killing entire ecosystems downstream and destroying wetlands that will take a generation to recover. In August 2019, approximately 1,600 cubic meters of oil and caustic soda poured from the factory in Pietermaritzburg into the Msunduzi River. This major pollution disaster caused almost all life to cease downstream. And the one thing that remains in common with all the above crimes is that nobody got charged. No company directors went to jail, and the massive loss of life and destruction went unpunished. This resolution specifically speaks to the void which exists in the South African law in terms of capital environmental crimes through Section 24 of the Constitution alludes to this. It is necessary to address this issue by creating a high-level category of environmental crime and the apparatus to enforce it to act as a deterrent against bad actors who might seek to engage in
Thank you.
wide-scale...
Your time is up. Please conclude.
Thank you very much, Tian, for your contribution. The seconder of this resolution is Malcolm de Klerk in Tshwane. Malcolm, over to you, coming online.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greetings, delegates from the DA-led city of Tshwane. When someone violates the sanctity of the environment, you are damaging not only the biodiversity, but also the balance that holds the environment together. For economic growth to be sustainable, all efforts, including punitive measures, need to be standard for which we will champion. We have but only be responsible for now and the future. This resolution will be best practice for a country that has extraordinary ecosystems like we do. I thank you and I support this resolution.
Thank you, Malcolm, for seconding this resolution. I do want to move to the first contributing speaker, which is Manny de Freitas, coming to us from Johannesburg, and he is online.
Thank you very much, Chair, and it's great to see you, Refilwe. I just wanted to say that although I support this resolution, it must be clear that the recognized criminal human violations that are recognized by the United Nations and the International Criminal Courts against people or groups of people should not be diminished or cheapened by adding on other crimes that fall in different categories. So although I support this, we must differentiate between those very serious human violations and what this resolution is trying to do as well. Thank you very much.
Many thanks a million for your input. We now move over to Mpumalanga, to our second contributing speaker from the Event City in Middleburg, Sis Jane Sitole. Over to Mpumalanga.
Thank you very much, Mary File. The DA cares about the environment and agree that environmental crimes must be punished, but damaging forests can never be equivalent to apartheid or genocide, which was a real crime against humanity. Comparing the destruction of natural environment by deliberate and negligent human action to the deliberate killing of people with the aim of destroying that group of people is insensitive and shows how ignorant we might be. The DA cannot call on South African government to lobby the United Nations and the International Criminal Court to incorporate an equivalent international statute of the crime of ecocide into the scope of their recognized criminal violations in the context and relations amongst the state of the world. Ecocide cannot be equivalent to apartheid or genocide, which was a real crime to humanity. I thank you.
Mrs. Jane. The next contributing speaker is Fred Nell from Pumalani Lodge in Tshwane. Fred, over to you.
Hi, Refilwe. In order not to repeat what has been said and to save time, I agree with what Jane said. Thank you very much.
Short and sweet. Thank you very much, Fred. Our next contributing speaker is Martin Meyer from KwaZulu-Natal. Over to you, Martin Meyer, online.
Thank you so much. A selfish leader only legislates for today. A person with vision legislates for tomorrow. This is what this resolution before us today serves to do, to show that we are a party of vision. We have the challenge as political leaders in this country to deal with the injustices of the past, the incompetence of the present, at the same time building a better tomorrow. People will die through our mismanagement of the nature and the resources we have around us. Therefore, it is important for us to build a better planet for the generations who come after us and to pass this type of resolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Martin. I now move over to one of our hybrid venues, Tropicana Hotel, Durban, to Nicole Graham. Over to you, Nicole, as our fifth contributing speaker.
Thanks, Refilwe. I think the proposers of this resolution have good intentions, and I think it's certainly important that we do start to consider the environment more in our work. But I think that the resolutions here are a problem. I think Jane has covered me in parts, but I think also the point must be made that a lot of these things, the things that Tian mentioned about the Ambilo River, they already are crimes. They just aren't properly managed. So I don't believe that we need to go to the extent that's outlined in this resolution to actually start properly caring for the environment. I think that some of these resolutions with effect are somewhat dramatic, and I think that there are easier ways that we can resolve the problems that we face. Thank you.
Nicole, thank you very much for your contribution. I'm now moving over to Eastern Cape to our next contributing speaker, Leander Kriya, who's coming through us online. Over to you, Leander.
Thank you, Chairperson. Opposition to this resolution is not a rejection of measures to protect the environment.
Ecocide has not been accepted as an internationally punishable crime by the United Nations. Before South Africa adopts ecocide as a crime against humanity and equates it with the damaging crimes against humanity that were committed in this country under the guise of colonialism and apartheid, international agreement should first be sought. Furthermore, the UN Environmental Programme report of 2019 stated themselves that most environmental agreements are not being enforced. They blame this on poor coordination between government agencies, lack of access to information, corruption, and poor citizen participation. These are the same issues South Africa faces in relation to this environmental legislation, and these should first be addressed before new crimes are added. Measures aimed at better coordination, stopping corruption, and better enforcement should be
Your time
introduced.
is up.
And we cannot
Please conclude.
Leander, thank you very much for your contribution. I'm now going to head out to Johannesburg to get contributions from James Lorimer. James Lorimer, over to you, and you're coming to us from online.
Thanks, Refilwe. If we want to be taken seriously as a party, we must be precise and we must make decisions based on facts and not feelings. Now, this resolution is not precise. It invents a crime and talks about the need for it to be a capital crime. Now, the words capital crime mean carrying the death penalty. So this is badly worded and unclear. And who would be found guilty of this crime? Miners, farmers, people who build new houses, a small farmer who allows his cows to overgraze? We don't know. The architecture of our environment protection laws is quite good, but it's plagued by non-enforcement, and that's what we need to focus on, not inventing new crimes. Please vote against this.
James, thank you for your contribution. I now move over to Ekurhuleni in Gauteng to Asho Saripan, who's also coming to us online. Over to you, Asho Saripan.
Thank you, Refilwe. Ref, I cannot in good faith say to somebody who is a survivor of the Rwandan genocide that what they went through is comparable to environmental crimes. And I cannot in good faith, after having been to the Holocaust Museum, compare the horrors that people went through there to this false equivalence. The real problem is that we have very good environmental laws that are never enforced. And we as a rational party need to fight for the enforcement of the laws that we have, not make hurtful and inaccurate false equivalencies. I urge delegates to oppose this irrational resolution, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution, Asho. I now move over to Khalib Kachalia, also in Ekurhuleni. Over to you, Khalib Kachalia, who is also online.
Thank you. This seeks to declare the destruction of ecosystems an international crime against peace alongside genocide and crimes against humanity. Its arch international sponsor is, wait for it, the Bolivian government. While perhaps well-intentioned, it objects in essence to human agency to transform and tends to eco-fascism. We cannot be party to hyperbole over science, assaults on freedom that are already tempered by law, and the important endeavors of emerging nations to responsibly seek a seat at the table of more economically advanced countries. It is the brainchild of a deranged British lawyer, Polly Higgins, who transitioned from cultural studies to law, to failed retail, and now champions the rights of plants over people. I suggest we vote against this. Thank you.
Khalib, thank you very much for your contribution. That brings us to the end of all the speakers on Resolution 23. I now put Resolution 22 and 23 to the vote. Delegates, we are now voting on Resolution 22 and 23 now. fellow Democrats, the results for Resolution 22 and 23 are out. Resolution 22, securing the energy future of South African citizens and addressing the climate crisis, has passed. Resolution 23, establishment of ecocide in South African law as a crime against humanity, has not passed. It has not carried. Thank you very much to all the contributors on these two resolutions. We now move on to Resolution 24, which is urgent establishment of a parliamentary ad hoc committee on the climate and ecological crisis. The proposer of this resolution is Chris Pappas, who is joining us online from KwaZulu-Natal. Over to you, Chris.
Thanks, Refilwe, and greeting to all the delegates. Colleagues, I'm asking you to do two simple things today. And the first is to commit the Democratic Alliance or Democratic Alliance national government to achieving the Paris Agreement as agreed to by 192 nations from across the world. And the second is for us as the Democratic Alliance to call for an ad hoc committee in Parliament to discuss this crisis. Colleagues, former Secretary General of the United Nations, Ban Ki-moon, in a great address, said that we are the first generation that can end poverty, but we are also the last generation that can end climate change. Colleagues, we are the last generation that can end climate change. Now, if we pause for a second to think about that, we must see the urgency in this task or otherwise this responsibility. We as the DA must be at the forefront of this, and repeatedly speakers have called for this over this Congress, to be at the forefront, to lead our society. And I think this is the opportunity for us to do so in relation to the fight against climate change. Whether you're on the Western Cape or KwaZulu-Natal or Eastern Cape or any of the other provinces, we have seen the devastating effects of an increasing temperatures, as well as the effects that this has on our climate. So I'm urging you today to please consider that climate change is important, and that is a reality that we face right now. It is not something in the future. It is not something that we are still going to reach. The challenges that we face are real, and we must unite in order to fight and achieve the Paris agreements as set out by 192 countries around the world. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Chris, for that contribution. I now move on to the seconder, which is Hannah Shamima Winkler, also joining us from online at KZN. Over to you, Hannah.
Good day, Democrats. My name is Hannah Shamima Winkler, and I'm the Democratic Alliance Shadow Deputy Minister of Environmental Affairs. Once in a lifetime, you have an opportunity to make a change that can change the course of history. Today is this moment. 189 countries have signed the Paris Accord. They understand the urgency that is required to address the existential crisis that is the climate crisis. This is not about the environment. This is about communities. This is about people. This is about the most vulnerable who will flee in mass should we not address the climate crisis. Please support this amendment. It is for our party and the planet.
Hannah, thank you very much for your contribution. I now move over to Mpumalanga to Jane Sitole, who is at Event City, Middleburg, as the first contributing speaker. Over to you, Sis Jane.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson. Parliament already has an environmental committee that must do its work. This will just create another expensive committee with a paid chairperson support staff to duplicate the work. I actually stand to support the amendment by Caleb Kachalia and James Lorimer and reject the original resolution as proposed by Chris Pappas and Hannah Winkler. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sis Jane, for your contribution. The second contributing speaker is Ancillary Reba, also coming us from Mpumalanga, but is online. Over to you, Ancillary.
Thank you, Chair. It might sound like a novel idea to propose an ad hoc committee. What will the reason be for such a committee, as there is already an environment committee that has to deal with the climate change and ecological crisis? An ad hoc committee is a temporary structure And the question is, what will be the objective to achieve before this committee dissolves, as climate change and the ecology crisis is permanent? The fact of the matter is that the Environment Committee must do their work and continue dealing with climate change. It doesn't make sense to spend more money on a new chairperson and support staff to duplicate work. I oppose the establishment of the ad hoc committee, but support the amendment to adhere to the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Ancillary, thank you very much for your contribution. The third and final contributor to this resolution is Asho Sarapen, who is also online from Ekurhuleni, Gauteng. Over to you, Asho.
Thank you, Refilwe. We know the ANC is the least green party in South Africa, as proven by their commitment to coal over green energy and so on. Unfortunately, creating another committee in Parliament where they'll appoint an ANC committee chair who will appoint a whole lot of staff and ANC members with additional salaries and engage in massive cater deployments will not deal with the climate crisis. What we need is our dear members on the Environmental Committee to push very hard to have this as a standing item on their agenda every single time, and to hold the department to account within the committee that they have, rather than giving the ANC opportunities to create jobs for more of their pals and cadres. In many cases, they won't even hire qualified people, as we've seen time and time again. So we cannot support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Asho, as our final contributor. We do, however, have an amendment being proposed to this resolution, and the proposer is Khalib Kachalia from Gauteng, but he is joining us online. Over to you, Khalib Kachalia. Khalib, please unmute yourself.
Sorry. A parliamentary environmental committee already exists to attend to these issues in a fact-based, scientifically driven and policy responsible manner that takes social, economic and environmental considerations into account. The establishment of an ad hoc committee will simply allow for highly paid positions to ANC deployees to do what the environmental committee is supposed to do. The skewed needs of our country vis-a-vis already developed countries need to be properly balanced as we commit to global protocols which may impair our ability to develop and compete on a level playing field. We must guard against a strident green lobby which appears to have lost sight against the fact that the world's most richest countries cause double the CO2 emissions of the world's poorest 50%. This is Oxfam data and not from some right-wing think tank. Moreover, let's be certain about the degree of increase in Earth warming. Yes, let's heed the warnings, but also let's understand that climate depends on many variables. All have not been measured with precision. We need information so we can make contingency plans as required to ensure that we are the party of informed reason and not the initiators of policies championed and driven by Greta Thunberg, an angry and challenged teenager. I withdraw the amendment and urge Congress to vote against this resolution, which seeks to duplicate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Khalid Kachalia, for your input. I now move over to your seconder, which is James Lorimer, also from Johannesburg, coming through to us via online. Over to you, James. Thank you.
We need to be able to look after the interests of our own people. Nobody sticks to the Paris Agreement. Everybody cheats and everybody breaks their commitments. Why? Because it's expensive to do so, because you reduce your economic growth. In our case, sticking to these targets would mean keeping our poor people poor. So let's not make this an article of faith, at least not to the point where we do damage that loses our people jobs. Rich countries can maybe afford this treaty. Countries trying to pull their people out of poverty, like India and South Africa, can't and shouldn't try to. When our people have food to eat, maybe we can think about it. Until then, I urge you to vote against this.
Thank you very much for your input, James. I now move to the first contributor on the amendment, which is Fred Nell, coming to us from Pumulani Lodge in Tshwane. Over to you, Fred.
Chair, before I start, the point of order, can you please indicate, because the Congress book says that the amendment is going to be added, can you please make a ruling as to whether the amendment is going to replace the original resolution or whether it is an addition, because there seems to be confusion in the book. So just that point of order first. And then just to say that I do support the amendment for the fact that it is going to look at developing countries, especially, who are very often the victims of gross environmental violations, which has a severe impact, especially on sustainability farmers and the like, who often have to use very toxic resources in order to try and grow their own crops for survival, for instance. So I do support it for especially that reason.
Your time is up. Please conclude.
Thank you very much for your contribution, Fred. As you know, when there is a proposed amendment, the ruling is that we put it to a vote, and if it is carried, it is then added to the original proposal, or the original proposal is amended accordingly. So that is the ruling that we have that governs how we treat resolutions. I would like to move on to the next contributor, which is Nicole Graham from KwaZulu-Natal, from the Tropicana Hotel, Durban. Thanks, Nicole, for your contribution.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also going to copy Fred and just call a point of order, as it were, because my understanding is that Caleb has withdrawn the amendment. So the amendment then falls away and we just vote on the resolution. From a content perspective, I have been covered. But if you could just please provide clarity, because my understanding is that the resolution itself has been withdrawn as per Caleb's input. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Nicole, for your contribution. I think I still need to give an opportunity to all the contributors to speak on the amendment, and then from there we can take it to a vote. Thank you very much. Our next contributor is Leander Kruger from Eastern Cape. Over to you, Leander, who's coming to us from online.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would agree with the points that an ad hoc committee would amount to a duplication of work that is already being done. Ad hoc implies temporary in nature, whereas the arguments that are being made in favor of the need for this committee speak to longer-term measures. Measures should in fact be taken to strengthen the work that is done by the Environmental Committee and ensure that this committee is functioning optimally. It must ensure that there is more effective oversight and enforcement before we add an additional talk shop. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Leander from Eastern Cape. I'd like to now call upon Chris Pappas, who is the proposer, to see whether he would actually accept the amendment, even with the understanding that the amendment proposer has withdrawn it. Over to you, Chris Pappas from KwaZulu-Natal, coming to us online.
Thanks, Chairperson. It is a bit confusing to speak on an amendment that is being withdrawn, as other speakers have said, but I'll rather speak to the issues put forward. Chairperson, it is extremely worrying when people come up here and speak like, frankly, Donald Trump, and deny that the climate crisis that we're facing is a problem. When Donald Trump wanted to withdraw from the agreement, the whole of Europe stood against that. And with Europe being one of our biggest trading partners and them having stringent environmental conditions on imports and exports, I think it is important that we take this seriously. No one jumped and got upset when we established an ad hoc committee on land reform, because it is an important issue and needs to be discussed, and that too will have its finality. I think it's important that we do not lose sight that climate change is important and needs to be addressed now. Thank you, Chair.
Congress delegates, thank you very much for giving us some grace there. We will go to voting and withdraw the amendment for Resolution 24 in agreement with the proposer and the seconder. So we're now going to go to voting on the original Resolution 24. Over to voting. Congress delegates, the results of the voting are out for Resolution 24. Resolution 24, urgent establishment of a parliamentary ad hoc committee on the climate and ecological crisis in its original form has not passed, has not carried. Thank you very much, delegates. We now move on to Resolution 25, which is urgent defense of South Africa's biodiversity and responding to the climate and ecological emergency. The proposer of this resolution is Amy Cool from Western Cape, coming through to us from online. Amy, over to you.
Colleagues, fellow human beings, we live in overwhelming times, filled with fear and insecurity. We've created untenable economic and social structures that perpetuate hunger, chronic disease, and the exploitation of both human and planetary life. Caught up in this manic existence, we have forgotten how we are a part of an integrated system, a system which has evolved and perfected itself over millions of years. This system sustains us with oxygen, nutrients, and shelter. We depend on it for our survival, and as it effectively collapses, we do too. Most of us can see that we cannot continue like this, but don't see a way out. My name is Amy Cool, and I'm a councillor in Cape Town. My ward includes the traditional and still active fisherman village of Kalk Bay, as well as parts of the Table Mountain National Park. I have the privilege of seeing daily how humans and the natural environment can and should live in harmony with each other. But mostly, I'm confronted with the uncontrollable destruction of both land and sea. It is time to see through the illusion that we are isolated and powerless. There is no lack. There is no limit to abundance. We can all live healthy and prosperous lives. Support my resolution to make sure that as the DA, we plant indigenous forests for clean air for our children, protect marine biodiversity to enable sustainable fishing and support local livelihoods, incentivize regenerative agriculture for nutrient-dense and healthy food for all South Africans. Let's start the future together now. I thank you.
Amy, thank you for your proposal. I'm now going to move on to KZN, where I have the seconder, Hannah Shamima Winkler, who will come through to us online. Over to you, Hannah.
Thank you so much. The natural world is necessary for our continued survival. If we don't protect it and allow for its regeneration, there's going to be nothing left for us to use, no economy to grow, no sustainable development, no jobs. Protecting our environment and economic growth are not mutually exclusive. In fact, they are inextricably linked. You can't keep taking and expecting that there's going to be something left in the future when you have wholesale exploited our natural world. We need protected areas. We need to plant trees. We need to protect our vulnerable communities. Please support this resolution.
Thank you, Hannah. Our first contributing speaker is Laurie Coogan, who comes to us online from Gauteng. Over to you, Laurie. Laurie, yourself.
Okay, thank you. Biodiversity loss and climate change are two crises that need to be mainstreamed and actions to deal with them implemented at the local municipal level. Mass indigenous planting of indigenous trees can be done in transformed areas in the urban environment, as this would ameliorate the heat island effect, increase resilience, and mitigate against carbon dioxide pollution within the urban areas. Prioritization of areas and ecosystems to be conserved across South Africa should be based on science, such as undertaken in this regard by SANBI, the South African National Biodiversity Institute. Thank you.
Laurie, thanks for your input. I'm now crossing over to James Lorimer, who will be coming to us online from Gauteng. Over to you, James Lorimer. Colleagues, we're waiting for James to reconnect. In Johannesburg, technology is not going to fail us. This is an amazing. Over to you, James.
Thanks, Rafilwe. This resolution hasn't been properly thought through. It wants us to expand conservation efforts by 1,000%. Now, what does that mean? 1,000% more money. Where's that going to come from? It's unclear. It's just meaningless. It also wants us to commit to make 40% of South Africa conservation land. That's up from the current 15%. So who must now give up their land when land is such an emotional issue? Who will we make give up their land to become a conservation area? Yes, conservation is vital. Yes, we need more land. Yes, we need to do more. No, this resolution will not bring that closer in a credible way. Please vote against it.
James, thank you for your contribution. We're now going to move over to voting on Resolution 25, and the voting begins now. Congress delegates, the voting results are out on Resolution 25 on urgent defense of South Africa's biodiversity and responding to the climate and ecological emergency. This resolution has not passed, has not carried. Now, Congress delegates, in your Congress packs, you will see there's a Resolution 26. This particular resolution has been deferred to the first Federal Council meeting that will take place after this Congress. So we're going to move on to the next resolution, which is Resolution 27. And the proposer of this particular resolution is Mbali Ntuli. And this resolution is an end to captive predator breeding, captive and canned lion hunts, and lion bone export. I'm crossing over to the Tropicana Hotel in KZN to Mbali Ntuli as our proposer. Over to you, Mbali.
Thank you, Refilwe. Democrats, I've put this proposal forward because I think as a party we must be seen to be caring for our wildlife and to end the captive predator breeding environment and the sale of lion bones for export. And this is because there are exploitative and cruel practices, and basically lions are being bred just for human interaction and then being allowed to be tranquilized and killed. There have been arguments that, they give the meat to the communities, but often this meat is also full of tranquilizers, and so it's not good for people. Many of the lions in these particular places are being badly and poorly treated. And of the 92 farms that have been found to be doing this, many of them have severely neglected the lions. And I think it's important for our party to be seen not to want to support an industry that is basically just breeding lions for the amusement of people who then just shoot them and never get a life where they can roam freely. Lions are sentient beings, and if we are serious about making sure that we are a party that speaks to animal welfare, we should definitely support this amendment or this resolution. And I hope that it will get your support.
Thanks for your contribution, Mbali. The second of this resolution is Hannah Shamima Winkler, also coming to us from online from KwaZulu-Natal. Over to you, Hannah.
Thank you, Democrats. The captive predator breeding industry, lion bone export, and canned lion hunting are globally abhorrent practices. The top captive predator experts in the world, environmentalists, conservationists, have all severely condemned this practice. There is zero conservation value and any research to prove that. In fact, it places a threat on wild lion populations which are threatened, because it's always cheaper to poach a wild animal than it is to purchase and to shoot a captive bred animal. So conservation arguments fall flat here. In terms of the economic benefits, only a small pool of people benefit from this. It's mainly very rich farmers. So there is no spin-off to the communities as well. It's also ethically abhorrent, and we should not support this as the DA. Thank you.
Hannah, thank you very much for your input. Our first contributing speaker is Ms. Jane Sitole, who comes to us from Event City in Mpumalanga. Over to you, Sis Jane.
Thank you very much, Democrats. This is a confusing resolution with 3 different topics in one: captive predator breeding, canned lion bone export. It combines 3 things that should be dealt with separately. It hasn't been thought through properly. We cannot support this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your contribution, Sis Jane. Our second contributor to this resolution is Tyrone Michael Gray from Gauteng, who's coming to us from Cottage Lodge, Randfontein. Over to you, Tyrone.
Good afternoon, delegates. These cruel and inhumane practices are morally reprehensible. The industry must be rejected unapologetically. One cannot justify deplorable conduct simply for the sake of profit, nor can we engage in time-wasting research for an industry which is clearly disgusting. The industry must be banned, and those participating, committing, and profiting from these atrocious acts must meet the full might of the law, with punitive measures being implemented, as is the case with poaching or animal abuse. I therefore implore all delegates to support Resolution 27 in order to build a sustainable future which future generations can be proud of and grateful for. Submit.
Tyrone, thank you very much for your contribution. I now move over to our last contributing speaker on this resolution, which is Asho Sarapan, coming through to us from Ekurhuleni online. Over to you, Asho Sarapan.
Thank you, Refilwe. I think more specifics are needed in this resolution. While canned hind hunting is abhorrent and big bone trade is completely outrageous and should be banned, banning an entire industry would be detrimental to conservation. There are conservation programs to protect the African wild dog that involve all sorts of things in these industries as well. There's the wild cheetah breeding program that also keeps cheetahs safe. We need to think about this more rationally. So I urge delegates to reject this particular amendment. We can certainly bring a refined version to the Federal Council that deals with it in a more rational way. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution, Asho. Colleagues, that's the end of the contributors. However, there is an amendment to this particular resolution, and the proposer of the amendment is Khalib Kachalia from Gauteng. Over to you, Khalib.
Thank you. I would urge Congress to consider the responsible engagement of zoological, conservation, and other scientific agencies to determine the effects of these practices and the measures to determine practicability, desirability, and enforceability. I appreciate that this is potentially unpopular given the emotions involved, but that is precisely why it's necessary to highlight the need for responsible evaluation. Our policy should affirm sound ethics and principles, and we must ensure that we do not pull solely on the heartstrings of people, but also on the mind strings of responsible delegates that takes all information into consideration. We're a responsible party, and we must calibrate principles and policies with prospective outcomes. We cannot embrace willy-nilly every emotional issue without due investigation. That is what this amendment calls for. We must be data-driven, not hyperbole-driven. And lest we forget, an animal rights group once demanded an end in America to Warner Brothers' Looney Tunes cartoon production because, I quote, it promotes the most disgusting acts of violence ever committed on cute, beautiful, and kind animals. Please, let's not go there. We already have just published overarching economic policy that links us to sustainability and addresses many of these issues. So please support this investigation, this amendment, which calls for responsible investigation. Thank you.
Khalib, thank you very much for your contribution. I now call on your seconder, who is James Lorimer, who is also joining us from Johannesburg, Gauteng. Over to you, James Lorimer.
Thanks again, Refilwe. Now, if you've seen the movies Blood Lions or Unfair Game, you'll know there is sickening abuse on some lion farms. The question is, should they be cleaned up or all shut down? Now, if they're shut down, these things will happen. The demand for lion bones will not just stop. If they're not captive-bred lion bones being supplied, the value of poached wild lions will skyrocket, as happened with rhino horn. Poaching of wild lions will increase. Captive lions provide a buffer that will be gone. Also, 6,000 captive-bred lions will be killed immediately. It would cost 140 million rand a year to feed them. Nobody will pay that. As their economic use will have been banned, they'll end up being shot and bulldozed into pits. This won't save those lions. Let's be careful about how we tackle this and vote for the amendment.
James, thank you very much for your input. We have a few contributors to that amendment, and the first contributor is Fred Nell from Tshwane. Over to you, Fred, from Pumlani Lodge.
Thank you, Ref. Ref, I'd like to urge everybody to support this amendment to the main resolution. This amendment is a much more measured approach, and in many instances, the market can play a role in conservation. And I think if we take this measured approach, then the market can also be investigated to see how that can assist in the trade of some of these elements. Obviously, I agree with the sentiments of the overall resolution about canned lion hunting. But I do think we need to take a more measured approach and not just burn stockpiles and take actions like that. A more measured approach is definitely the way to go. Thank you.
Fred, thanks for your input. The next contributor to the amendment is Nesli Sharif, also from Gauteng in Johannesburg, coming to us from Marks Park in Randburg. Nesli, over to you.
Thank you very much, Refilwe, and hello once again to all delegates. While I can understand the arguments brought by this amendment, I think we live in 2020 in a world where there has been a lot of research done on the effects of canned lion hunting and the lion bone export. I think that this amendment seeks to make the resolution less stringent and almost softer, when we, in fact, as the DA, we need to start taking more harsher steps to say that we do not accept and allow such practices of lions to continue happening. Therefore, I would urge to reject this amendment. I thank you.
Nesli, thank you very much for your input. Coming from the Eastern Cape, I've got another contributor to this amendment, and that's Leander Creer. So over to Eastern Cape to Leander Creer, who's joining us online. Thank you very much, Leander.
Thanks, Refilwe. Big cat breeding and canned lion hunting and the images that we see on television and in the media elicit quite emotive responses. But in finding solutions, we must ensure that DA policy and resolutions provide for clear, practical, and rational options to be sought, and not generalizations that are drenched in emotive language that shames other people. I would urge Congress to support the amendment to this resolution, as it sets out very similar action steps to the original resolution and its aim to address the issue. But it does so in a manner that would be based on reputable and factual assessments, as opposed to committing to action steps without the necessary due diligence having been done. Thank you.
Leander, thank you very much for your contribution. Mbali, as the proposer, has a right of reply to this amendment, so I'd like to hand over to Mbali, coming from Tropicana Hotel in Durban, to respond to the amendment. Over to you, Mbali.
Thank you, Refilwe. The amendment is pretty similar to what we had already placed, but I think that what we had asked for is a far clearer in terms of what we actually want to have rather than softening things. But, you know, I think that both things can work at this point. But as we have said, myself and Hannah, we would like it to stand on its own without the amendments being considered.
Thank you very much, Mbai, to replying to the amendment proposals. If I can now ask us to vote on the amendment, we are now going to vote on the amendment to Resolution 27. Voting begins now. Thank you very much, delegates. Thank you, delegates, for voting. The amendment voting results are now in. The amendment has passed. Thank you very much for that. We now put the whole Resolution 27 with amendment to the vote, and voting begins now. Thank you very much, delegates. Congress delegates, thank you very much for voting. The results are in. The amended Resolution 27 has passed, and the subject of that resolution was to end to captive predator breeding, captive and canned lion hunts, and lion bone export. That resolution has now passed. We now move over to Resolution 28, which is big cat industry. The proposer of that resolution is Leolo Mpeti, who joined us from Marks Park Club, Randburg in Gauteng. Over to you, Leolo.
Thank you very much, Refilwe, and thank you to all the delegates. I want to raise my voice for the protection of our animals. I believe now more than ever that we need to create a new future, a future where we protect our animals and stop their exploitation. This is a business catered almost exclusively to wealthy trophy hunters willing to spend tens of thousands of dollars for the right to shoot the king of the jungle. The quota for the export of lion skeletons has increased from 800 in 2017 to 1,500 in 2019. The evidence tells us that the vast majority of exported skeletons now include skulls, which indicates that these animals are being bred specifically for their bones and not only for trophy hunting only. For too long, the South African government's controversial policies with regards to some of Africa's most iconic and most vulnerable species, lions, big cats, have positioned the country on the wrong side of the global consensus. By commodifying wild animals and by putting profits before true conservation imperatives, it has sided with a greedy, unethical, and often downright criminal practice. It is time to end the abuse and exploitation of lions, cheetahs, and big cats. It is time to end captive big cat hunting. I am asking Congress to stand with the rest of the world for the protection of our animals and the conservation of our future. I thank you.
Leolo, thank you very much for that proposal. The seconder of this resolution is Alexandra Abraham from Western Cape, who joins us online. Over to you, Alexander.
Good morning, all. I visited a lion sanctuary a few years ago, which was advertised as an ethical wildlife experience with all valid permits. Many sanctuaries promote themselves as being involved in lion conservation, research, rehabilitation, and release. Later, I was made aware that there is a direct connection between lion cub interaction, walking with lion tours, and captive lion breeding and hunting. No real sanctuary will allow public interaction. Supporting this harmful practice for any purpose, no matter how it is window dressed, is wrong. I second this resolution as it strengthens animal protection legislation, focuses on the enhanced animal welfare, ensures oversight of environmental legislation pertaining to the issuing of permits. We must be the voice for big cats. Please support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time is up. Please conclude.
Alexander, thank you very much for your input. We now have a number of contributing speakers, and the first one up is Madeleine Hecklin from Johannesburg, who joins us online. Madeleine, over to you.
Thank you, Refilwe. Democrats, South Africa's big cats are under threat. The DA must take pride in speaking on behalf of unethical trophy hunting for human pleasure. This resolution, Resolution 28, will enable us to make informed decisions and protect big cats while spreading awareness of the agony they suffer. Our grandchildren deserve to see these animals in their natural habitat, not in breeding farms. We cannot justify unethical trophy hunting, nor condone the exponential growth of captive lion, cheetah, and leopard breeding farms, which breed animals to be killed for fun. Makabuve amakosi, maibuya iAfrika. Let the kings return. Let Africa come back.
Thank you.
Support Resolution 28.
Please conclude.
Thank you, Madeleine, for your contribution. The second contributing speaker is Khalib Kachalia, who is joining us from Johannesburg in Gauteng via online. Over to you, Khalib Kachalia.
This resolution puts the cart before the horse. Instead of seeking first to convene stakeholder engagement with scientific experts and conservationists to discuss the issues around captive lion hunting, which is reprehensible, it calls in advance of any such consideration, a call for the end of the practice. Surely we should be calling for the convening of all stakeholders with a view to determining the responsible course of action prior to begging the question and seeking the confirmation of a resolution, the veracity and impact of which has been predetermined. It is for these reasons that I move against this. It needs to go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Khalib, thank you very much for your input. We now move over to the next contributing speaker, which is Hannah Shamima Winkler, coming to us from KwaZulu-Natal. She is also online. Over to you, Hannah.
Good afternoon, Democrats. It is a commonly held position globally and locally by conservationists and experts on big cats that this industry is abhorrent, has zero conservation efforts, and is a threat to our wildlife populations. So there is no consultation or consensus needed. It has already been reached. In fact, in 2019, Judge Jody Colopin, in fact, declared the lion bone quota export unlawful and unconstitutional, because it doesn't take into consideration the welfare of our wildlife in South Africa. If we continue to support this practice, we are supporting the wholesale exploitation and commodification of our wildlife. And we are feeding this industry. We need to put an end to it. It is the right thing to do. Vote with your conscience and with the experts. Thank you.
Hannah, thank you very much for your input. I now move over to James Lorimer, who is joining us from Johannesburg online. Over to you, James.
This resolution is very similar to the last one. My caution remains. There is another thing to consider. It's not just lion farmers who make money, it's also small stock farmers on marginal land on the Botswana border. An immediate ban would end their livelihoods as well. And our biggest problem in South Africa is unemployment. If we are to set ourselves as the DA apart as a party, it must be that we are fanatical about jobs and focus like a laser on saving them and creating them. We can't have that image if we shut down jobs. I'm voting against this.
Thanks for your contribution, James. Asha's unfortunately not available, but coming from abroad, we've got Justin Adams. Over to you, Justin.
Thank you very much, Chair. Colleagues, this resolution is incredibly broad, and on my reading of it, I've identified 4 different topics within the resolution. I could very easily see it having unintended consequences within the ethical hunting industry, the agricultural sector, as well as within the traditional sector. I'm asking delegates to vote against this resolution on the basis that we seek clear guidance on the subject matter. Thank you very much, Chair.
For your input, Justin. We now move over to the next contributor, which is Cheryl Phillips, who's joining us from the Northwest, from Beyersnodere Drive in Rustenburg. Over to you, Cheryl.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I'd just like to point out on the subject of job creation, many of the jobs that are, or the work that is done on these lion farms is done by people who volunteer and actually paid to come from overseas to come and do those jobs here in South Africa. So no, there are not that amount of jobs available that is being made out to be, because they'll be taken by volunteers who are actually adding to the bottom line of these farmers by paying to be there and look after these lions and imprint them with human so that they actually relate to the humans. And then when they are hunted, they actually don't see the humans as a danger. They actually see the human that is hunting them as their caregiver.
Thank you.
And this is
Your
what it
time
makes it
is
so
up. Please
unethical.
conclude.
Cheryl, thank you very much for your input. And we're going to cut away to a small brief break, and we will be back with Resolution 29. Beautiful Democrats, thank you for being so accommodating in this history-making moment. We carry on now to Resolution 29, and our proposer is not available, and we then move over to our seconder, Nilio Nyakangwe from Northwest at Beyers Nadir, Rustenburg. Over to you, Nilio. Cheryl?
Hi, sorry, I am available. So Nilio is also here and he will second it. Many of us went to a circus when we were young, yet that taught us very little about the animals that we stared at. Children surveyed after attending a circus performance or visiting a zoo actually were found to know far more about the dinosaurs than they did about the animals that they'd just seen. When we know better, we must do better. We know that tigers roam over 800 square kilometers. Keeping them in an 80 square meter cage is not doing better. Cutting off the two bottom joints of the fingers of a chimpanzee, as was done in a South African circus, is not doing better. There are so many talented people who work really hard to be part of a circus performance. In Cape Town, we even have our very own Zip Zap Circus School. Those people who work there are absolutely amazing. They are waiting for the opportunity to be able to show people what they can do. Each person voting here today has the key to unlock the gate that is keeping our young performers out of work and keeping our animals in prison. Delegates, you all know better. Please do better and vote in favor of this resolution. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Cheryl, for your contribution. And let me call upon the seconder of this resolution, which is Nilio Nyakangwe from Northwest as well. Sorry about the glitch, Nilio. Over to you.
No problem. Thank you, Refilwe. Good afternoon, delegates. It is time we understood that animal rights matter. Today, I challenge DA delegates here at the Congress to stand with us as we seek justice for the unjustifiable use of animals for entertainment. Many of these animals used in circuses are bred in captivity and will spend their entire lives in contact with humans in a stressful and unnatural environment. They are denied everything that gives their lives a meaning. For example, an opportunity to run, socialize, play. Together, we can change the trajectory of all animals that are being abused for monetary gain. It is an undeniable fact that all animals belong in the wild and not in circuses.
Your time is up. Please conclude.
Nelia, thank you very much for your contribution. I now move over to the first contributing speaker on this resolution, which is James Lorimer, coming to us from Johannesburg in Gauteng. Over to you, James Lorimer.
Surely the key here is whether or not there's cruelty to animals. Cruelty is unacceptable. There should be inspectors and there should be standards. If we were to agree to this resolution and if it were implemented, there would be no more performances by trained dogs or Lipizzaner horses. South Africa's people don't like seeing wild animals in circuses. That's why those circuses are out of business. As long as there are standards of animal treatment, let's not be overly prescriptive. Let's let people decide. As somebody who believes in free choice, I don't think government should decide this, and I'll vote against this resolution.
Thank you very much, James, for your input. Our next contributing speaker from Ekurhuleni is Khalib Kachalia. Over to you, Khalib Kachalia.
Thank you. Again, this needs to be thought through. The call for blanket legislation to end all performing animals, domestic and wild, in circuses needs to be thought through. While animal suffering in circuses needs to be rooted out, such legislation would arguably prohibit the training and exhibition, as James said, of Lipizzaner horses and those of dogs performing duties and tricks for competition, exhibition, and incorporation into public displays like circuses, which, it must be remembered, also display feats of human extension in trapeze and other disciplines. Surely this requires further consideration, and I would argue that it needs to go back to the drawing board. We need to be measured, aware, and circumspect of potential unintended consequences, and I suggest we vote against. Thank you.
Khalib Kachalia, thank you very much for your contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm now going to put Resolution 28 and 29 to the vote. Thank you very much to all the contributors to these discussions. Resolution 28 and 29 are now going to the vote. Please vote now.
Hi.
Thank you, Democrats, for voting. The results are out. Resolution 28, Big Cats Industry, has not passed, so it has not been carried. Resolution 29, the banning the use of animals in circuses, has also not passed. Summary, Resolution 28 and 29 have both not carried at this Congress. Fellow Democrats, the remaining resolutions will be deferred to the first Federal Council meeting. Even if you are not a member of the Federal Council, you will be invited to come and table your resolutions if you were a speaker here. The vote counting process is well underway, being observed by our party agents and auditors who want to release the results when they are ready. We also want to ensure that the reports from our ancillary bodies are tabled, as they are a very important part of this program. I would like to thank the proposers, the seconders, and speakers of these resolutions. You will definitely be invited to Federal Council to speak on these resolutions. Thank you very much for being such a gracious crowd, fellow beautiful Democrats, as you're giving time to our presiding officers to give results announcements and an opportunity to our newly elected federal leader to the opportunity to address Congress. I am done. Thank you very much for listening to me and allowing me to chair the resolutions. We are now going to move to the tabling of the ancillary reports. Thank you very much, fellow Democrats.
Those are our DA resolutions. The DA train is indeed moving. What's also got to move are those hashtags. So find us on YouTube, on Instagram, on Facebook and Twitter, #DA Congress.
Coming up later, the results of the voting for the leadership positions. But now we go back to the Congress Hub and the reports from the ancillary structures within the party.
Democrats, I would like to take this opportunity to thank each and every one of you for ensuring that the DA youth laid a great foundation in the past 2 years to ensure that we spoke to young people. Today, I would like to start off the DA youth report to especially thank young people in all of our structures who have worked very hard to ensure that the DA youth moves forward. It would be amiss of me if I did not mention each and every one of these young Democrats who, in the past couple of 2 years, have given every part of themselves to ensure that the DA youth has a footprint across the country. I would like to thank my colleagues in the federal leadership, all provincial chairpersons who've worked tirelessly in the past 2 years to ensure that we have a DA youth that works. We started out with a vision that nobody ever changed the world without an invitation. We understood that the DA youth needed to be more than just an ancillary organization. It needed to be a movement centered around the millions of young South Africans who continue without jobs, who continue without dignity, who continue to live in a government that is corrupt and that does not see them. Democrats, it was important for us to understand that young people wanted to be heard, they wanted to be seen, and they wanted to know that they mattered. It was fundamentally important for the DA Youth to ensure that it established partnerships and relationships with other organizations internationally and nationally. And this is why the DA Youth focused primarily on these partnerships, because we understood that we wanted to inculcate a spirit of training, a spirit of education amongst the DA Youth, and to ensure that our leaders on the ground had the knowledge that they needed to know to speak to voters. This is why we partnered up with the program of Young Politicians of Africa, where we've already sent over 10 young people in the past 2 years to receive training, to receive education, and to learn how to mobilize communities on the ground. These young leaders were able to receive 10,000 Rand per financial year to ensure that they start community projects in their communities, and these community projects have been fundamentally successful. It gives me great pleasure to announce that the DA Youth has officially become a member organization of the International Federation of Liberal Youth. This has been such an important partnership for the DA Youth because we've been able to start sharing ideas with other liberal organizations across the world and to start to understand how exactly can young people drive a liberal agenda in our countries. We've also now started a partnership where we'll be sending young people in the DA Youth overseas to Sweden and having an exchange program with these liberal youth organizations to ensure that we continue to build capacity and strong liberal thinkers in our country. Democrats, it was very important for us as the DA Youth leadership to ensure that we actually had a youth policy. This is why last year the DA Youth leadership took part in a tour across the country, meeting with structures, provinces, and ensuring that we could get their voice in how we need to establish and bring about a youth policy for the DA Youth. This was for the first time that the DA Youth was able to put together a youth policy that spoke directly to the issues of young people. We were able to look at the economic challenges that young people face and to table this youth policy at the policy conference of the DA this year. Democrats, what we know is that we need innovative ideas. We need change-driven ideas that will ensure tangible solutions for young people in this country. And this policy process ensured that we were able to start looking at different areas of increasing and working in the economy to ensure that young people had a voice. In these past 2 years, we've launched 3 successful youth campaigns. We started out with Youth Unemployment Has a Face. This campaign was about understanding the fact that behind the statistics are young people who continuously every day have no dignity, have no jobs, have no opportunities. So it was important for us in this campaign to be able to articulate that there are people who live this every single day. We wanted to emphasize that the state, the private sector and civil society can work together creatively, innovatively to ensure that there are ideas on the table where young people are able to move their lives forward, get a job and be able to work. It was important for us to also speak to local government, and this is why the DA Youth came to the Western Cape and we visited youth cafes to see the DA difference, because it is this DA difference that needs to be transferred to all other provinces, where we give young people the opportunity to be able to connect to the internet, look for jobs, connect for online classes, and be able to do something with themselves. This campaign resulted in a nationwide door-to-door campaign across provinces where we mobilized young people around the idea that unemployment is unacceptable. Unemployment is, in fact, corruption. We need young people to have opportunities in this country. We need young people to be able to ensure that they can live and support their families. And so when we launched this campaign, as you can see in the slide, we had little coverage. But we knew that we needed an aggressive approach. We knew that we needed to aggressively fight for the space and contend for the space. And this is why when we launched the Sidikiwe campaign, we saw the fruits of this aggressiveness. Sidikiwe was our second campaign, which speaks to we are tired. We understood that young people were saying to us, we are angry, we are tired of speaking and never seeing action. effectively young people were saying, we have had enough. So what we said was, it was very important for us to articulate the issues that young people face at universities, at schools, at workplaces, trying to start a business. How is it that this government has failed young people on different facets? That's why we then spoke directly to the issue of providing tangible solutions, that we need more support for the informal sector, that we need young entrepreneurs to be able to find jobs, that we need young people to know that when they go study and graduate, that they will be able to find a job in this country. We also understood that it was enough that young people with master's degrees, honors degrees, technical degrees, and qualifications were finding themselves applying for entry-level jobs. Having a master's student applying for a PA position is something that just shows how rife and how unequal our education and our country is. So with this campaign, we branched out across all provinces, went door to door to all communities, to young people, to schools, to churches, to drive this message that the young people are ready to take over if we are not given the opportunity to do so. And there are no credible opportunities that government has laid ahead. If you look at the slide, you'll see a dramatic increase in our voter interactions, our media hits, because we understood we needed to be aggressive. We needed to be the voice of young people in a time that young people found themselves to not be heard. You'll see that we branched out aggressively within our media approach to ensure that no youth conversation happened without the DA youth. And I can assure you, Democrats, there was no youth discussion without the DA youth. Democrats, we then had the Youth Hustle Continues, which I'm sure many of you are familiar with that particular campaign because we launched it in June. And this campaign was fundamentally important because we understood if we are saying as young people, sidikiwe, we are tired, we also understood that we had to create and bring hope, that young people have all the tools that they need in their hands to be able to start any business, to be able to start any innovation idea, and that we can change our future if we roll up our sleeves and get to work. And when we launched the Youth Hustle Continues, we launched it in a climate where 2 million jobs were lost, where young people were increasingly becoming economically inactive. And we wanted to highlight, very importantly, that young people across this country continue to face the issues of a government that is unresponsive. Together with the COVID pandemic, we realized the importance of issues like data amongst young people. We realized the importance of relief funds, particularly for young entrepreneurs who didn't have support. And this is why we proposed tangible solutions in Parliament as well as in our communities to ensure that government understood that we had a plan. This is why, Democrats, we spoke about the re-stimulation of the employment tax incentives, because we understood that young people need to gain skills, they need to gain experience, they need to have the opportunity to have a shot. And we asked government, ensure that you re-stimulate the employment tax incentives, give young people between the ages of 18 to 29 an opportunity to upgrade their skills, to upgrade their knowledge so that they can become more employable. We also found it very important to speak directly to young entrepreneurs in the informal sector who continue to not receive support from government because they are not formalized. And what we know is that a huge amount of our GDP is made from the informal sector. So we understand that we need more support for young entrepreneurs, ekasi, who are trying to get their business off the ground, who just need a network of people who can assist them. And this is why we spoke directly to the issue of the CIPC and the role it plays for young entrepreneurs and how it can assist entrepreneurs who look for them to support. Democrats, when we started this term, we understood that we needed to build our membership, that we needed to have foot soldiers on the ground, that we needed to be those people who were going to reach every area, whether it was the suburbs, whether it was the townships, whether it was the rural areas. Every single part of South Africa needed to know who the DA youth is. And this is why, Democrats, we've increased our membership by thousands of people who have joined us in the fight for our constitution, joined us in the fight for rule of law, joined us in the fight of non-racialism to ensure that indeed in this society, young people will have an opportunity to succeed, that never again will a young person be born in South Africa and fear that they might never work a day in their lives, that never again will a young person feel that they cannot provide for their families, that never again will young people feel like they are unable to make an impact. We understood that we needed to roll up our sleeves and get to work, and that is what we did, Democrats. I want to thank each and every senior leader who, in very difficult times and challenging times, ensured that they were there for the DA youth. They stood with us as young people. They stood and advised us and gave us guidance. I'd like to thank Thomas Walters, who's been invaluable in his guidance and support to the DA youth. But most importantly, I want to say to young people in this party that, yes, we will make mistakes, we will have challenges, but what matters is how we back each other up, how we stand for each other, because indeed, we are the only people in this country that have this future to fight for. We now need to stand and rise and know that the foundation has been laid and the only way to go is up. Thank you, Democrats.
Hello, Democrats. I am Dr. Noma French Mbombo, the DA Women's Network Federal Leader, DAWN, which is an ancillary organization of the DA, which was established to mobilize women in support of the DA and provide an enabling environment for women to engage in politics. Our vision is to create a political home for all women across South Africa, and our mission is to increase the voter footprint of the Democratic Alliance. We identify and promote issues relating to women and gender in South Africa, as well as developing programs which will add value to the lives of South Africans. The role of DAWN is to ensure that women of all races and ages have equal access to opportunities, and we provide support to the upcoming leaders. The purpose is to assist all women to build and maintain strong networks locally, nationally, internationally for access to education, justice, health, jobs, and community opportunities. In the past year, DA Women's Network vigorously campaigned against women exploitation. We have led the campaign against the sex for jobs. For example, in the 2019 elections, that's where we have been all over. We bravely call out institutions and individuals who were exploiting women. We have advocated for victim support centers in each police station, which is a campaign that is continuing. In my oversight inspection throughout the country, I noticed that very little is done to support victims of abuse. This has led us to develop policies and identify ways that the police can create an environment that is conducive to supporting GBV victims. And before the COVID-19 pandemic, DAWN was actively running workshops aimed at empowering women for leadership positions within the party. This purpose is to ensure that we completely shatter the glass ceiling and make way for women to leadership positions. When we started actually in 2018 and when we were elected, we made sure we contribute to the party's sexual harassment policy, which was approved by the Federal Council. Just like this year, we submitted a GBVF strategic framework so that the party can use as a footprint on how to deal with the issues of the gender-based violence. In 2019, actually, during the provincial and the national elections, we contributed to the manifesto that talks about the gender inequalities, tackling issues of the LGBTQI communities, sex workers, and also the gender-based violence across. DAWN stands ready to influence the policies of our country and make sure that we speak to the experience of every woman in our country. There is no denying that poverty has a face of a woman. They are the bottom of the food chain in terms of access to the economy. This became very clear in the recent COVID pandemic. Women were the hardest hit by the retrenchments. Not only that, they were the victims of the GBVF. Because of this, don't feel strongly about gender equality within the economic activity in line with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 5 that talks about achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. As such, don't play the key role in the development of the economic justice draft policy within the DA. Some recommendations there include, but are not limited to, where you have to help the families to remain together by prioritizing in urban housing policy, implement strict measures to ensure that fathers pay maintenance, that is the PAPGeld, to introduce the shared parental leave in order to help equalize childcare responsibilities for working professionals. So it is crucial that we go out to the communities, to the branches, to the constituencies, to every Ancillary, to create awareness about these DA policies and DA principles, the DA values, so that going to 2021 elections, we have got the footprint throughout. So that's why now in the upcoming months, where the country is busy, or the DA is busy with the internal elections. For us, we'll be preparing the dawn to make sure that when the time that there's a federal Congress, everyone is ready, because we have to empower each other. No woman should be left behind. It is important for us to be part of the table. Thank you very much, and I wish you a successful Congress.
The Democratic Alliance Students Organization has, over the past 10 years, become a bastion for student rights and issue championing at institutions of higher learning and training. We believe that the higher education sector in South Africa should be a place of inclusivity, and as DASO, we anchor SRC governance and student politics in our vision of no student left behind. Our policies, which we have created from our vision, speak to inclusiveness, diversity and fairness. Through implementing our main policies, we believe that we can create one South Africa for all, which stands for freedom, fairness, opportunity and diversity. Since our historic launch at UCT in 2005, we have gone on to represent thousands of students across 87 campuses at universities, universities of technology, and TVET colleges countrywide. We have SRC representation at the University of Cape Town, Nelson Mandela University, the Tshwane University of Technology, and as of recently, with our historic win at the eThekwini TVET College, amongst many more. Our core message resonates with students. And as DASO, we are proud of being a gateway for many leaders in our party too. Leaders like Jordan Hill-Lewis, Phumzile van Dam, Yusuf Kassim, Mbali Ntuli, Luyo Lumpiti, and Nazli Sheriff, to name a few. We are proud that these alumni found their foundations into politics through DASO and have gone on to become great public representatives of our party and our country. Indeed, students are the cornerstone of our future. They represent a future-skilled workforce that will inherit a future South Africa. DASO will remain a champion of these students' rights, inclusivity, and that they have an overall enriching higher education experience with the tools necessary to make this happen. Just in 2020 alone, DASO was successful in the establishment of the first cafeteria at the CN Mahlungu campus of the Nkangala TVET College in Mpumalanga. DASO was instrumental through our higher education members of parliament in ensuring that our contributions into the Blue Book were successfully lobbied for and adopted as official policy by the Department of Higher Education in its response efforts for COVID. As the only student organization who continued to champion students' rights throughout COVID and the lockdown, we assisted thousands of students who are not only displaced, but whose academic futures remained uncertain at the time. We are the only student organisation that, through oversight from our members of parliament and councillors and our activists, are able to fight university management and ensure student living conditions are improved and that their environment is conducive to learning. our carte blanche expose, where I led and shed light into slumlords who were housing up to 8 students in one room, was instrumental in highlighting the accommodation crisis. And as DASO, we are proud to report that both buildings were closed down and hundreds of students in Durban were reallocated to better accommodation. Students know this, and that's why in 2020 alone, DASO has won SRC elections at the eThekwini College in Durban, 2 seats at the Northern Cape Rural TVET College in Uppington, 5 out of 9 seats at the Muvoi campus of the Vembe TVET College in Limpopo, and the campus of the Mopane South East TVET College in Phalaborwa. These were all won in February and March this year before the COVID-19 lockdown and are institutions where DASO did not exist before, but where the students resonated with our message. We look forward to regaining lost ground in places like UCT, UP, Nelson Mandela University, but also making ingrounds at campuses where DASO now has SRC seats, like the University of Zululand and TUT. There are close to 2 million students at over 300 universities and TVET colleges campuses across the country. The DA must continue to put students at the center of its campaign agenda if it is to continue to grow in new markets. The National Steering Committee remains committed to ensuring that we have a national federal DASO Congress in 2021. And we congratulate all our student activists and public reps for their hard work thus far.
November 2019 marked the 10-year point since the establishment of the DA Abroad. Through that time, the DA Abroad has consistently sought to amplify the DA's message to South Africans living overseas, encouraging them, first and foremost, to turn out at South African embassies and high commissions in capitals around the world to vote for the DA at national elections. Like many structures within the DA, the 2019 elections were a disappointing point for the DA Abroad. Although more South Africans turned out to vote overseas in 2019 than in 2014. The percentage that vote DA dropped from 84% in 2014 to 74% in 2019. This resulted in a lower number of DA votes being returned home to contribute to the overall DA proportion of the electorate than in 2014. This disappointing result cannot be wholly attributed to the exceptional efforts of the DA Abroad leader, Francine Haim, and the wider DA Abroad team at the time, who volunteered around the world to get South Africans to the polls. To my mind, this decline was the result of 3 overall factors. First and foremost, it mirrored many of the declines seen at home. The DA Abroad can valiantly drive expats to the embassies and missions at home, but ultimately, we need the party in South Africa to create an attractive proposition to push many over the line to vote DA. Secondly, voting abroad is tremendously difficult. South Africans can only vote at South African embassies, high commissions, and some missions. Travelling from Perth to Canberra or from Scotland to London is not always practically viable for citizens. Thirdly, we did not, as the DA Abroad, do enough to prove our mettle and worth to South African expats by working for them on the issues that practically mattered to them. For instance, by directly confronting the appalling services provided to them by DIRCO, the South African Foreign Missions and Home Affairs. To get our expatriate citizens to vote for the party, we need to prove to them that the DA and the DA Abroad are genuinely there for them. Fancy messaging and a slick social media campaign is necessary, but is not sufficient alone. We must back that talk up with action and hard work. For the next national elections in 2024, the DA Abroad must endeavour to combine a slick and cost-effective communication and social media machine with the hard yards on taking on the exceptionally poor service delivery rendered by DIRCO's embassies and high commissions. Without this, we will not be able to convert the 10% of expatriate voters that we lost in 2019. Since taking over as DA Abroad leader in October 2019, I have sought first and foremost to find novel means to assisting the party in terms of international fundraising and international political advocacy. The DA Abroad cannot rest on its laurels in the interim period between national elections. It has to find new ways to help the mother party when election campaigning for us is not imminent. One way to do this is to explore the new ways to get South Africans abroad to contribute on a rolling basis, not only with their votes, but with their dollars, pounds, and their euros. Foreign currency in the rand goes a long way. The equivalent price of a cup of coffee in Manhattan, a pint of lager in London, or a glass of red wine in Paris from as many expatriates as possible will go a long way to helping you, the DA in South Africa, finance election campaigns and the incredibly important court cases the DA runs to protect South Africa's fragile democracy and constitution. Perhaps even more importantly than grassroots international fundraising is the DA Abroad's potential to advocate to the international community that it is the DA that is the best alternative to what everyone can now see is a failing and flailing ANC government. This must mean that the DA Abroad finds ways to move in the halls of power internationally. Through the corridors of Westminster, the halls of Brussels, Paris and Berlin, and of course, through the lobbies of Washington, D.C. The DA Abroad must make it clear to the powers internationally that the DA are a serious contender to watch in the battle to save South Africa. But not only must we advocate to international politicians, we must also work hard to bring the international media on side. The DA Abroad UK has done exceptional work under the sterling chairmanship of Justin Adams, and with the aid of his political liaison officer, Hannah Margetts, to already advocate for the DA to members of the House of Commons in the UK. Plans are already afoot to replicate this success from London in the capitals of Europe and Washington, D.C. I greatly look forward to seeing the results that emanate from this exceedingly difficult and subtle work. We are very humbly at the service of the Democratic Alliance. We are here to serve you and add value to the best, strongest, and most principled political party in South Africa, through whatever international means we can. The DA Abroad and its delegation to Federal Congress thanks all of you for what you are doing to save our distant and beloved country. Long may your work continue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Congress delegates. Today, I'm proud to be a councillor for the Democratic Alliance. I want to take this opportunity to wish every candidate standing for election this weekend the best of luck and urge us to work together as one when the Congress is over. Let us not forget that we have one job and one purpose, and that is to offer South Africans hope and opportunity for the DA difference. For South Africa to survive, we need DA municipal governments across the country in 2021. Today, I will give a report back about what ADAC has done in the past 3 years. In 2018, ADAC arranged the ADAC Federal Conference in Johannesburg, which was very well supported. We believed it added immense value to those in attendance and were empowered to take that information back to their provinces and caucuses. Councillor training has been an ongoing priority. Much of the in-person and online training that has been developed by the Department of Learning and Training has been done in conjunction with ADAC. ADAC also assisted in various ways to draft the Democratic Alliance regulations for DA public representatives in local government. In 2019, we kicked off on a high note where some of the ADAC provincial chairs had the opportunity to attend SONA. As this was an election year, ADAC commented and contributed to the 2019 election manifesto. Councillors have worked in blue waves, election events, registration weekends, membership drives, public meetings, and have had constant presence in the communities leading up to the election, and for this we thank them. The Learn platform was launched in May of 2019 by the Department of Learning and Training, and ADAC encouraged all councillors to participate and complete modules that could assist in their day-to-day tasks. ADAC also elected new leadership in October of 2019. We want to thank the previous ADAC chairperson, Councillor Karen Smith, for her valuable inputs and contributions to ADAC and the party. In 2020, ADAC successfully ran Zoom sessions with James Reeder, a registered psychologist, after we realised that councillors were under immense pressure and had become very stressed due to COVID-19 and the lockdown. This was very well received and attended. The lockdown resulted in councillors having to navigate how best to assist their communities during times of uncertainty. Councillors had to quickly become COVID consultants, having to ease residents into constantly changing regulations and what it meant for them personally and in their businesses. ADAC reps from across the provinces commented on the DA policy documents that were adopted by our policy conference. ADAC also played a vital role in raising burning issues from local government that were tabled to our policy department. ADAC has continuously engaged the PCP program affecting all aspirant candidates. At Federal Council, ADAC was successful in noting that all well-performing councillors should be able to pass electoral colleges and move straight to selection panels. ADAC was also instrumental in obtaining 3 more councillors to be elected to the FCEC. We believe that it's vital to have sufficient councillor representation on all the party structures. Moving forward until local government elections in 2021, I would like to introduce the Federal ADAC team. From the Eastern Cape, we have myself, Marina van Zyl, the acting ADAC chairperson, and Leander Kruger. From the Western Cape, we have Carl Popham, who is also the deputy ADAC chair, Patricia van der Ros, Ian Nielsen, Dirk Kotze, Jaco Mathieu, and Rikus Badenhorst. From the Northern Cape, we have Niklaas Batties. From KwaZulu-Natal, we have Craig Miller, Hlengiwe Shozi, and Kobus Tron. From Limpopo, we have Mari Hillem. From Mpumalanga, we have Philip Minnar and Muso Kubeka. From the Free State, we have Hilton Maasdorp and Chart van der Walt. From Northwest, we have Cornel Dreyer. And from Gauteng, we have Craig Harrison, Shakira Tunera, Duncan Mtembu, Bruce Lee, and Martin Lowe. Completing the team on the administrative side is Tarina Abel and Hilton Otto. Designated to ADAC from federal leadership is Thomas Walters, and a representation from National Kochta is Hanif Hussein. Ferdy Vryheid has been a partner of ADAC for many years. They have contributed on many levels, and we wish to extend our heartfelt thanks and appreciation to them. Going forward, ADAC would like to continue its partnership with the Leadership Development Department to continue to train councillors, and our wish is to develop training in line with the needs identified by the PCP program. We believe all councillors could benefit from it as a more detailed program. The councillor job description is currently being reviewed, and we aim to clearly set the standards for PR and ward councillors, rural and urban councillors, for district councillors, as well as those in government and in opposition. Another ongoing issue is the MCPF, the Councillor Pension Fund, as some of our councillors are affected by the uncertainty of where this fund is heading. ADAC will strive to ensure that all councillors' needs and interests are looked after by the current ADAC leadership. I urge anyone to get in touch with any of the ADAC chairs in your province to take up any issues or just to give input in our program. We are a family. Let us be the best councillors we can be. Let us give real hope, real change now.
Amandla, Amandla, viva die viva, viva die viva, Amandla, Matimba. Inhlikani fellow Democrats, dumelang sanbonani molweni, ndimasihari goeiedag. Good day, fellow South Africans and Democrats. It's exactly a year since we came into office. The world as we know it has fundamentally changed. COVID-19 has changed how we interact with each other and how we do our politics. The MPL network exists to help the DA achieve its electoral and representative objectives. At the time of the election in 2019, we had set ourselves a task to help rebuild the DA and to narrow the trust deficit that exists between ourselves and the voters. Looking back at what has happened in the last 12 months, no one will have predicted that our lives will be altered due to an invisible enemy. COVID-19 and related lockdowns has exposed the dire state that many South Africans live in. Many of our fellow South Africans live in poverty, and the inequality gap is not narrowing. It has also shown that we do have an uncaring government and uncaring politicians. These are politicians who saw COVID-19 as an opportunity to continue stealing from the people. During the height of the pandemic, we have also seen DA MPLs doing their very best to fulfill their mandate, be it in government or in opposition. I take my hat off to the work that Premier Alan Winde, Minister Noma French Mbombo, and the entire Western Cape government have done in managing the COVID-19 pandemic. The Western Cape government led from the front in the fight against COVID-19. They have shown what an honest and a transparent government looks like. As a DA MPL network, we are super proud of the work of Premier Winde and his team. Thank you very much for the work that you continue doing for the people of the Western Cape and South Africa. In the last 12 months, I've also seen our MPLs holding governments to account, especially as it relates to the COVID-19 spending, the social development interventions, and the health management of the pandemic. I have seen how hard our MPLs work to serve the people of South Africa. To all our MPLs in provincial legislatures and members of the National Council of Provinces, thank you very much for the work that you do for South Africa. As MPLs and NCOP members, our task remains that of exposing, of opposing, and proposing. In front of this Federal Congress, we commit ourselves to continue exposing the stealing of public money through corrupt acts and maladministration wherever it happens. We commit to oppose all legislation and policy plans that will not benefit the people of this country. Most importantly, we commit to propose solutions to the challenges of unemployment, poverty, and violent crime. We commit to propose solutions that will help build an inclusive South Africa that works for all South Africans. In 12 months' time, the country will be going for the local government elections. These will be very important elections, not only for us as the DA, but for the country at large. As MPLs, we will be working closer with our councillor colleagues to ensure we narrow the trust deficit gap that exists between ourselves and the voters. We will work to ensure the DA grows and the DA wins. Standing here on this day, I do not know what the future holds, whether we'll have another pandemic or another lockdown. What I do know is that South Africa needs us. South Africa needs a strong, united, and growing DA if we are to succeed as a country. Let's work to build a DA that is home for all South Africans. Let's work to build a growing DA that is trusted by most South Africans. Ours is to build an inclusive and united South Africa. Let's work to heal the divisions that exist amongst ourselves and the divisions that exist in society. The DA-MPL network is ready, is willing, and is able to help rebuild the DA. As I conclude, let's continue to protect each other. The virus is still around. Let's continue to wear our masks, wash our hands regularly, maintain physical distance, and avoid crowded areas. Together, we'll defeat COVID-19, and together, we'll help the DA grow, we'll help the DA win. Amandla! Amandla! Mackenzie.
A big thank you to all our leaders who are heading up our ancillary structures. You are indeed the perfect ingredients towards delivering a DA difference. Real hope, real change now is definitely achievable with you here.
And it's almost time for that moment that many have been waiting for, the announcement of who will fill those leadership positions. But first, we're going to take a short break. Don't go away. We'll be back with you soon.
Stay tuned. Democrats, South Africans, the moment we've all been waiting for is finally here. We're about to get the results. I'm excited. I know you're excited.
While the Congress may be virtual, the excitement is real and it's tangible.
100%, so let's keep it moving. Hashtag DA Congress on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram.
And to bring us those results, we now cross to the stage and to Dr. Ivan Meyer and the presiding officers.
Yeah.
colleagues, delegates, and all South Africans. We've come to the end of a historic DA Virtual Federal Congress 2020. The leaders who are elected here today will take our party forward for the next 3 years. They will lead us into the campaign 2021 as we work to retain and win more municipalities across South Africa. In the local government elections, which are set to take place towards the end of next year. Their job is to help us to realize real hope, real change now. So without further delay, I will now hand over to the presiding officers who will announce the results of the DA leadership elections at this Federal Congress 2020.
Thank you, Ivan. We start our results with the election of our 2 deputy chairpersons of Federal Council. Delegates, our federal constitution provides for 2 deputies to our chairperson, and in this case there were 2 nominations, which means this election was unopposed. One of your 2 deputy federal chairpersons is therefore James Masango. Well done.
Thank you, Greg. To complete this election, I confirm that our other Deputy Chairperson for Federal Council is Thomas Walters. Congratulations, Thomas and James.
Delegates, the next result is the election of chairperson of Federal Finance. This election was also unopposed, so congratulations to Dr. Dion George, who is duly elected as our chairperson of Federal Finance.
Delegates, we now come to the election of Chairperson of Federal Council. This was a race contested by 2 candidates. Please join us in congratulating and wishing all the best to our new Chairperson of Federal Council, Helen Zille.
We move on to the election of our 3 deputy federal chairpersons. There were 4 candidates in this election, and it is my pleasure to announce that our 3rd deputy federal chairperson is Jacques Smaller.
Delegates, our 2nd deputy federal chairperson is Anton Bredel.
And to conclude this election, it is my pleasure to announce that our 1st deputy federal chairperson is Refilwe Nseke. Congratulations to all 3 of you.
Colleagues, we are getting close to the end. We now move on to the election of the federal chairperson. It is my pleasure to announce that our new federal chairperson is Dr. Ivan Meyer. Dr. Ivan, who was elected unopposed. Congratulations and best of luck, Ivan.
Fellow delegates, we have reached the crowning moment of Congress. Together, we have achieved what we set out to do. We have convened and participated in a world-class virtual and hybrid venue Congress, the biggest and most inclusive of its kind anywhere in South Africa. We have more than met the threshold of a free and fair election. with all stakeholders, candidates and democratic structures part of the process to ground our Congress in clear and unambiguous rules accepted by everyone. We have succeeded in giving a voice to every delegate in our online hybrid Congress, no matter how difficult the circumstances may have been. The voice of the party has been heard throughout South Africa, online, from nearly 40 hybrid venues, from our metros, but also from places like Queenstown, Calvinia, Ukip, and Umtata. On behalf of our entire party, may I thank the Congress Organizing Committee for their planning and execution over endless hours, our professional staff who pulled everything together, right from elective branch meetings through to linking up our hybrid venues to our online voters in our results center. Our candidates for their contestation, my co-presiding officer Desiree van der Walt, and all our deputy presiding officers around the country. But most of all, we want to thank you, our delegates, for making this Congress what the media described this morning as, quote, almost certainly the best run, large-scale political meeting ever to be staged in South Africa, unquote. Thank you for your commitment, and now let us go bravely into the future together. Delegates, 88.6% of you have voted in this Congress election, and the new leader of the Democratic Alliance is John Steenhuisen. Okay.
We have the results of our newly elected leadership. It has indeed been an exciting journey to witness throughout the weekend. South Africa, I know it has been exciting for you to witness at home. So thank you to all the delegates who have participated for voting the newly elected leadership into their positions. Thank you to the presiding officers for the stellar officiation that you've done throughout the weekend. It has been amazing. And most importantly, thank you to our staff members across South Africa. Definitely today wouldn't have been the success that it is without your commitment, without your talents. So thank you. And once more, South Africa, Democrats at home, for painting the timelines blue, for tuning in. We thank you. So right now, joining us here in studio to catch up on what we've been through throughout the weekend, we're joined by one of our national spokespersons, Abuti Solimaladzi. Abuti Humana. Thank you. It's been great. Thank you for joining us here. So tell us, where to from here?
Well, the first immediate task now will be for the newly elected leader of the party, John Steenhuisen, to deliver his acceptance speech from the Tropicana Hotel. So we'll be crossing over there shortly. But most importantly, Congress will also come to an official close. But it's been an incredible experience throughout this weekend, seeing the work that has gone into preparing for the largest virtual political gathering in South Africa, from all the staff in the background that were involved in the preparatory work, to the political leadership of the party that supported them, and to every single delegate who participated and made sure that this conference ran smoothly, and to the media that helped to cover this conference so that we can take it to the homes of South Africans.
Yeah,
for sure. And for those of our visitors who may have just joined us now, our viewers out there, we have those results of the elections for the leadership positions. I will just run through them again quickly in case you missed them. The Federal Finance Chairperson, Dr. Dion George, well done. The Deputy Federal Chairperson, there's 3 positions there. The 3rd position, Jacques Smollett. The 2nd position, Anton Bradell. And the 1st position, Refilwe Nseke. Well done to them. The federal chairperson, we've seen him this weekend. We've seen him working really hard all day as well. Dr. Ivan Meyer. Well done to Dr. Ivan Meyer. Then we have 2 deputy chairperson of the Federal Council positions. And that'll be filled by James Masangu and Thomas Walters. Well done, gentlemen. Of course, the chairperson of the Federal Council was taken by Helen Ziller. Well done, Helen Ziller. And then, of course, the one everyone's talking about, the one everyone's waiting to hear, the federal leader of the Democratic Alliance, elected at this virtual Congress, John Steenhuisen.
I think South Africa, as Democrats, we are more confident than ever that indeed we are moving as the Democratic Alliance. We are indeed proud of our leader. We're sure that he's fit for purpose and he can lead the party forward, but also can lead South Africa to greater heights. But for those of you at home who are wondering, who is John Steenhuisen? John Steenhuisen comes from the beautiful province of KwaZulu-Natal. He has been a public representative of the Democratic Alliance for over 20 years, and throughout these 20 years, he's been great. He started off as a councillor in the city of eThekwini at the age of 22, and that's really something that's great to celebrate as well. He served as the KwaZulu-Natal provincial leader. He's also served as the caucus leader of the KwaZulu-Natal caucus in the provincial legislature of KZN, and most of South Africa may know him as the chief whip of the official opposition in the National Assembly, a job that he's executed with great excellence. Very witty, very whippy indeed. It's been absolutely amazing to witness that. And after that, he, before this today, has been our interim federal leader until this very moment right now, where he has been elected as the federal leader of the Democratic Alliance. John Bulligate, indeed, the gates are open. As exciting as this is, overwhelming indeed, I think it's a vibe across South Africa. Tell us, what can we expect from the Democratic Alliance moving forward?
Well, moving forward, we need to take our offer to every ward in South Africa, to every community in South Africa, so that we can share the vision that John will outline in his acceptance speech, but also our offers to some of the challenges that confront our country, so that South Africans can see the ideas that we have, the solutions that we have, because we are very determined to be the organization and the government that brings the real change and the real hope that our country needs. So it will be going externally now, going throughout all of South Africa to present our vision to every single community in our country that will be able to measure and test our ideas, because we believe we've got the best ideas that shows us we are the only credible alternative to the current government.
Indeed, it is exciting. Touch, let's go. The ground is fertile. As the Democratic Alliance, we are more confident than ever that we'll be able to reach those streets. It's going to be exciting. Richard?
Karabu?
Yes?
Sorry?
Yes?
I'm getting news coming in from the producer that we are now, we're going live to Durban for the speech from the new federal leader of the Democratic Alliance, Mr. John Steenhuisen.
And the leader of the DA, John Steenhuisen, to address
you. Democrats, fellow South Africans, I couldn't think of a more fitting place from me to be speaking with you today than this beautiful city of eThekwini. 21 years ago, I made my way up the steps of the Durban City Hall for the very first time as one of the city's youngest ever elected councillors. Back then, as today, many people ask me why I decided to go into politics. The answer I give today is the exact one I gave all those years ago, because I love my party and I love my country. I've traveled a long road with many of you in the DA. I fought to fix potholes when I was a councillor. I exposed corruption when I was a member of the KwaZulu-Natal legislature. I've held presidents accountable as a member of parliament. But never in my wildest imagination did I think that one day I would be a leader of this great party of ours. When I first became a DP activist at the age of around 19, I did so because I knew it was a party with a proud history of fighting to give power to the people of South Africa. A party that waged a lone battle in Parliament against the evil apartheid regime. A party that was instrumental in drafting our nation's liberal democratic constitution. A party that grew from a handful of seats in Parliament to become the official opposition. In the years since, the DA has grown to become a party that governs cities and municipalities across the country, as well as a province. And it is a party that will one day be the core of a national government that's going to unlock the boundless potential of each and every South African and of our country. I want to say thank you to each and every delegate and to every member of my campaign team across the length and breadth of the country for the enormous trust you've placed in me. I am deeply, deeply humbled by your support. I also want to thank my wife, Terry, and my 3 beautiful daughters who are here today, Ashley, Caroline, and Olivia, as well as my family, for being here today. I know that all of you have sacrificed so much for me to be able to pursue my dream of serving South Africa. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'd also like to give gratitude to my colleague in this leadership race. Mbali, sure, you didn't make this an easy race. You fought me every step of the way, and you never gave up. And in doing so, I think you've helped to entrench a proud democratic tradition in our party. That we don't anoint leaders, we elect them. We choose our leaders on the basis of their ideas, the content of their character, and their potential to lead our party into new territory. And in Bali, long may this democratic tradition continue in our party. I did not run to become the leader of this party for its own sake. I'm here today because I want to take the DA to greater heights in a fight for our country, where each and every citizen has the power to build a dignified life. Today, I stand before you even more determined and more energized than I was when I first climbed the steps of the Durban City Hall 21 years ago. The task ahead of us will not be an easy one. Our country is in serious trouble, and colleagues, the stakes have never been higher. When I look around me, I see despair and desperation, poverty and hunger. I see politicians blaming each other all the time for what's gone wrong while our people suffer. And all this is happening despite the fact that the vast majority of South Africans are warm-hearted, honest, and hard-working people, just trying to build a future for their families. We're not a nation of thieves and criminals beset on destroying our country. And yet, each and every one of us is exposed to thievery, criminality, and decline on a daily basis. As we journey through life, many of us no longer lift our heads to the horizon because we're too scared about what we see waiting for us in the future. How is it that this nation of hard-working and peace-loving people knows neither prosperity nor peace? The people of South Africa thought that democracy would put them in charge, that the people would govern. All power to the people was the rallying cry. Instead, people now feel further and further away from where power lies. Over the past quarter of a century, you and our fellow citizens have been robbed of our destiny, our dreams held hostage to bureaucrats and central planners. Just think of any problem you encounter in your daily life. At the root of it, you will find a state that is utterly incapable and corrupt, yet absolutely hell-bent on telling you what to do. People don't have electricity in their homes because government insists on a state monopoly for power generation. People are poor because government crushes entrepreneurship, growth, and job creation. Excessive state control is the reason why people can no longer take the train to work, and why government would rather spend the little bit of tax money that's left to fund an airline that we do not need. People who are destitute and vulnerable may soon stop receiving social grants because corruption is bankrupting our state. In every domain of your life, the incapable state is in the way of you getting ahead. And what is government's solution to the problems caused by excessive state control? Their solution is even more state control. Because the more the central planners fail, the more furiously the central planners plan. And so we face the prospect of the state taking away private property. In the future, you may no longer be able to take out private medical insurance. And there is a very real fear that the pension that you've spent your lifetime saving for will be taken away from you. No longer content with controlling you, the government now wants to own you. They're coming for your home, they're coming for your health, and they're coming for your savings. Now, the good news is that the people of South Africa are starting to reject state control. People don't want to live a life of dependency on a failing and corrupt state. People are tired of being told what to do by rulers who only look out for themselves. People want to stand on their own 2 feet as self-reliant, autonomous human beings. They want power and freedom to make their own choices and build a life they value. This is what the DA will offer under my leadership. People power, not state power. We're going to fight to give power and opportunities to every law-abiding, honest, and hard-working citizen, regardless of their background, to build a life that they value. As the DA's constitution so eloquently puts it, our party is uniquely founded on faith in the South African people. People have sometimes had endless debates about the meaning of liberalism in today's world. But for me, liberalism in its purest form is a commitment to give power to the people so that they can decide for themselves how to build lives of value. At the heart of this means building a capable state that protects citizens from harms like violent crime, that delivers quality education and healthcare, and other services that all people need to unlock the opportunity that lies within. We're going to take power away from the state and put it in the hands of the people where it rightfully belongs. The one thing that unites South Africans above all else is the desire to determine one's own destiny. We have many problems in this country, but the people of South Africa are not one of them. There is nothing wrong with South Africa that cannot be fixed with everything that is good about South Africans. From the Uber driver in Soweto to the nurse in Mthatha and the farmer in Vredendal, people yearn for a government that provides things like good schools, clean drinking water, a sustainable safety net for the vulnerable, as well as a reliable electricity supply so they can pursue their own life streams. They want a leg up from a caring and effective government, not handouts from the failing state. And if you want proof of just how committed this reinvigorated DA is to fighting on the side of the people rather than the state, look no further than the way we have fought for you during this lockdown crisis. When the national government tried to make it impossible for you to earn a living, while their cadres embarked on a massive looting spree, the DA stood alone in defense of the people. We were the first to reject the brutal hard lockdown. We fought for justice for Collins Causa and dozens of other citizens brutalized and killed by the state. And we forced the state to keep the soup kitchens open and allow hungry children to be fed. In the Western Cape, we built hospitals of hope while other provinces sent people to die in hospitals of horror. During the lockdown crisis, the DA offered practical and constructive alternatives, which would have saved countless people from unnecessary suffering. In the midst of this greatest crisis that has faced our country in a generation, the DA has revealed that our character is stronger than ever before. That's right. That we can be a powerful force for positive change when we implement solutions based on our principles. But I must also be frank with you. We have made mistakes. There were moments in our recent past when the DA looked for popular shortcuts and failed to offer clear solutions to the decline caused by state control. There have been times when the DA failed to be a dependable ally in the people's fight for power. And for a while, we've lost sight of who we were and what we offer: clear, principled, and decisive leadership. Fortunately, mistakes don't have to be fatal, provided we learn the lessons from them. And over this past year, we've embarked on an exciting journey of introspection to fix that which was broken within our party. Precisely because we had the courage to face up to our own mistakes, I can tell you today that the days of breaking trust with South Africans are well and truly over. Under my leadership, the DA will never again turn our back on our core principles. We are a liberal party committed to non-racialism, a social market economy, and a capable state that empowers citizens and cares for the vulnerable. We have always been at our strongest and achieved our best results when we stood strong on these principles. Our task now is to show how our policies can lift 13 million people out of unemployment and 30 million people out of poverty. We are ready to show South Africa that another way is possible. A better future beckons on the horizon under a DA government that will replace state control with people power. A future that's marked by a world-class service delivery in the towns and cities where we govern. Schools staffed by dedicated professionals who unleash and unlock the potential in every one of their students. Hospitals that heal the sick and care for the most vulnerable members of society. A rapidly growing economy that creates millions of jobs because it is owned and controlled by the hardworking people of our country. And empowerment that works for the 30 million impoverished people rather than for this predatory elite. Going forward, we will evaluate every decision on the basis of a single question. Does it give more power to politicians and bureaucrats, or does it give more power to people? Measuring every decision against this metric, and always choosing to empower the people rather than the state, holds the key to fixing South Africa. The DA also has a clear roadmap for South Africa's journey towards this new horizon of hope. Together, we must build a new majority in South African politics, with the DA at the heart of governments across the length and breadth of this beautiful country. Democrats, it can be done. Just look at the city of Tshwane, where just 2 days ago we took back control. Let's give them a big round. As a result of that, the capital city of South Africa is once again governed by the DA. Aside from giving us an opportunity to restore good governance in our country's capital, our most recent victory in Tshwane offers two very important lessons for our road ahead. The first is that our opponents will stop at nothing to undermine our fight for people power. Terrified by the prospect of losing control, the Gauteng provincial government used every dirty trick in the book to try and prevent the DA from delivering for the people of Tshwane. The second lesson is that there are simply no shortcuts to victory. It's only because we diligently fought the unconstitutional power grab in the courts for almost a year that we are now able to again take charge and bring change to the residents of Tshwane. If we resolutely stick to our principles, as we've recently done in Tshwane, there is a clear path to victory for the DA and for the people power in South Africa. In addition to the dozens of municipalities where we already deliver world-class services as a party of government, another 24 could have DA-led councils after the 2021 elections. 5 of them are in Gauteng, 11 are in the Northern Cape, and 3 are in the Eastern Cape. We're also ready to unleash all of our firepower in the fight to get outright majorities in cities like Tshwane, Nelson Mandela Bay. A clear DA majority that avoids the need for coalitions is the best way to protect these metros from underhanded takeovers that disrupt and undermine service delivery. By waging a principled fight for people power, we will reignite momentum and sweep the ANC out of power. We've done it many times before, in Cape Town, in Midvaal, in Western Cape, and in Tshwane. If we show people that we are the party of people power, we can do it again. And this time, Democrats, we can do it all across South Africa. Today, the DA, alongside millions of ordinary South Africans, takes the first step on our journey towards a horizon of hope, where power lies with the people, not with the corrupt and incapable state. Now, we know that the voyage will not be an easy one. There will be plenty of obstacles and battles, as well as mirages along the way. But we also know that with each step we take forward, decline will be further behind us, and hope will be nearer than ever. I know that many of you are afraid of what the future holds. We can all feel the decline created by decades of ever-expanding state control. I know that many South Africans are so scared that they stare only at the ground in front of them, just trying to put one foot in front of another. But I stand before you today as the leader of a revitalized Democratic Alliance to give you reason to again lift your eyes up from the ground. You are no longer alone. History has shown us that when hardworking and peace-loving South Africans from all backgrounds overcome our differences to unite in the quest for people power, there is no limit to what we can achieve as a nation. Together, the DA and the people of this country can take power back from the corrupt and incapable state that stole it away from us in the first place. And it doesn't matter which part of the country you come from, what language you speak, what background you have, what God you worship, or what community you belong to. If you want to live in a country where you have the security and build opportunities to live a life of value for you and your family, you have a home in our DA. If you've been stuck in the unemployment queue for years, you have a home in our DA. If you're tired of corrupt politicians who've stolen your future and that of your children, you have a home in our DA. And if you want your children to receive a quality education, you have a home in our DA. And if you're tired of a state that spends more on VIP security for politicians than on protecting the farmers who feed us all, you have a home in our DA. Democrats, we can win this battle to take power back from the state if as many people as possible rally to this cause. And our first opportunity to begin wresting power away from those who seek to control us will come in less than 1 year from today, during the 2021 local government elections. That is why I'm asking you to get out there and register to vote DA in your local municipality. Talk to your friends and relatives who've given up on our country about the DA's vision for people power over state control. Spread the word that the days of indecision and mixed messaging are well and truly over, and that our country can be fixed if we elect a courageous DA government that will give power back to the people. From this first step we take together today, and during every mile of the journey that lies ahead, the DA proudly walks side by side with the people of this country. Not a day longer will you have to walk with your shoulders slumped, because now the DA walks alongside you, the people of South Africa, with our chins held high and our eyes focused, not on the many perils that confront us today, but on that horizon of hope that beckons tomorrow. That's where we're going, Democrats. That's where we're taking South Africa. That's the future we need. That journey starts today.
Colleagues, delegates, and all South Africans, this brings our historic online Federal Congress 2020 to a close. Thank you to all the delegates for joining over this weekend, be it from home or from the hybrid venues across South Africa. And a big thank you goes to the team who have worked behind the scenes to make South Africa's largest ever virtual political congress a huge success. The theme, Real Hope, Real Change Now, embodies the DA's hard work on the path of building a new majority for South Africa that will see our country out of the clutches of bad governance and corruption. As this Congress has shown, we remain the party most trusted to deliver on our promises to govern well and to change the lives of people from whom we govern. In everything we do, we work towards a better future for our country, offering real hope, real change now for South Africa. We leave this Congress renewed and ready to turn more municipalities across this beautiful country, South Africa, blue. In my capacity as the Federal Chairperson of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby bring this Congress 2020 to a close. I thank you.
I am a mother. I am a father. I'm a daughter. I am a son. I am a brother. I am a sister. I am a neighbor. I believe in freedom. Freedom to earn a living, go where I want, love who I want, say what I believe, and pursue my dreams. I am brave. I am a provider. I am whatever it takes. I believe in fairness. A fairness where our achievements are determined by our choices and hard work, not by the circumstances of our birth. I am a leader. I am hopeful. I'm going to beat this. I believe in opportunity A nation where opportunity is plentiful, where the strong protect the weak, and everyone's rights are protected. I am a helping hand. I am challenging. I am different. I believe in diversity. Every person has a unique perspective and an important role to play in building our nation. We do not judge each other by how we look, but by who we are. We are community. We are South Africans working together for real hope, real change now. We are the Democratic Alliance.
Congratulations to our newly elected leadership. We've heard from our federal leader now. We're indeed inspired. Real hope, real change. Now the DA Blue Train is moving.
And a big thank you to you, South Africa, to all our delegates, the chairpersons, to the staff behind the scenes, and everyone who is involved in making this virtual Federal Congress a success.
And remember to keep it moving. Let's share on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and on YouTube. Thank you for tuning in. I am your host, Karabo Lerato Khakau Kitwadiama Africa, signing out Funani.
And I'm Richard Newton. Remember, Democratic Alliance, real hope, real change, now.